All right, it is 5 minutes after 6. I now call this meeting to order. Do I have an approval for the agenda? I have a second. I have a motion by Mrs. Ice. I have a second by Mr. Grenier. The board is also posted for an executive session in the event that we need to discuss certain matters outside the context of a public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion in that regard if it becomes appropriate during this proceeding. Oh, yes. Let's take a vote on the on our first on the approval of the agenda. Sorry.
Yes.
By roll call.
Yes.
Good. Everyone is a yes, and we will move on. This hearing is convened pursuant to the revised statutes of Missouri and the Board of Education policy, which provides hearing procedures for professional staff members against whom charges have been preferred. During this hearing, both parties may call witnesses, cross-examine witnesses, called by the other party, and other exhibits. At the close of the hearing, counsel for both parties will be permitted to make a brief closing argument if desired. A stenographer is present and will make a written record of these proceedings. Copies of the transcript will be made available to both parties within 10 days of this hearing. Will counsel for the administration and counsel for the teacher enter their appearances for the record, please?
Wayne Martin on behalf of the administration.
Luke Klein on behalf of the respondent.
Dan Breyer also for the respondent.
Does either party wish to give a brief opening statement?
Mr. President, or Mr. Vice President, we've got a few things that are preliminary matters that we'd like to take up. I've had the chance to discuss some of those things with counsel, and certainly would invite him to chime in if I get our prior conversations wrong in any way. But the first matter I'd like to bring to the attention of presiding officer is that we would like the presiding officer to invoke the rule of witness exclusion. That is a rule for those that are uninitiated to exclude witnesses from the proceeding in which they're going to testify. The purpose of that is to prevent them from hearing the testimony of others and being tainted by that and shaped by those facts. So we're asking that if anybody is identified as a witness or intends to testify as a witness in the matter, other than the parties, of course, which would be Mrs. Barlow and Dr. Robinson, we ask that they be excluded from the room, and that the presiding officer also instruct counsel to communicate to those witnesses that they're not to monitor live stream or watch live stream while the testimony is, the hearing is taking place.
The respondent would object to the invocation of the rule. This is a public hearing. The witnesses that are called here are members of the public and deserve to be included upon and be able to see the hearing themselves as well.
Witnesses are excluded from the hearing until called to testify. Each attorney is ordered to notify the witnesses that they are not to view the live stream of this hearing or text individuals who are present in the hearing while awaiting their turn to give testimony.
I just would like to raise an objection to preserve it for the record, but we have questions about the neutrality of the hearing officer being counseled by someone from the member of the prosecution from their firm. I mean, that's an imputed conflict of interest as it is. So preserving that for the record.
And understanding that that's being preserved for the record, and his objection, I'm sure, is noted. But as counsel is aware, there's decisional authority decisions by courts in Missouri that have authorized that sort of arrangement specifically. So I would just add that to the record as well.
Are there any other matters before we get started?
I do want to note for the record, Mr. Vice President, that we do have a protective order that was entered by the president. That protective order, the terms of which have been provided to and agreed upon by council. Just want to make sure that we are noted, that that's noted in the record, and I will provide a copy to the court reporter so that we have that. It does require the treatment of materials, certain materials that are labeled as confidential, to be treated as confidential and provided to the board under seal. Of course, the intent is not to withhold anything from the board by either party. The intent is to make sure that we're trying to treat confidential information regarding other employees and students appropriately. And that's why that protective order's been in. Separate from that, I also have, we have as council been in discussions and have agreed to stipulate to the admission of a number of the exhibits, but not all, that have been marked by a petitioner in this matter. I'd like to go through, if I may, and identify those so that the board has an orientation to what has been admitted and what has not, or what is being stipulated to. And I asked Mr. Klein to track me and make sure that I'm on board with what exactly we've discussed.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. With respect to the exhibits that the parties have been willing to stipulate to the admission of, we're talking about Exhibit 1, which is the statement of charges and notice of hearing in this matter. Exhibit 2, which is the request for this hearing by Mrs. Barlow. Exhibit 3 is an August 29th, 2025 administrative leave letter that was provided to Mrs. Barlow by the district. You're going to skip over Exhibit 4, 5, and 6. That would be 6A and 6B. And if I could bring the board's attention to Exhibit 7, which is the verification of certain required training by staff members, specifically Mrs. Barlow. Exhibit 8, which is the 25-26 Cameron R-1 School District Employee Manual. Exhibit 9 is the acknowledgement that was signed by Mrs. Barlow of the receipt of the and review of the employee manual. And then we have Exhibit 10, which are certain board policies as well as provisions from the employee manual, followed by Exhibit 11, which is the permanent teaching contract between this Board of Education and the teacher, Mrs. Rachel Barlow.
Noted.
I would ask that those be admitted into the record.
They are admitted.
And just so we're all on the same page and the board is walking through this with us, 4, 5, 6A, and 6B have not been admitted, and those are things that we're going to have to take through the testimony. Anything further?
No.
Okay. Petitioner would like to file a motion in limine to exclude certain evidence. This has been previously provided to council. I'll go ahead and bring it forward at this point to file it with the board because it has not been filed as yet. I have several copies here. This is a motion in limine to exclude evidence that's related to other employees and as well as individual students. We ask that that motion be heard at this point. To go through the motion with you, Mr. Vice President, the respondent has issued multiple subpoenas for witnesses and in receipt of numerous records from the district that are pursuant to council subpoena duces tecum in this matter that at a minimum suggests that respondent proposes to submit evidence at hearing relevant to other employees' employment with the district, including but not limited to Mr. Westbell. As the board is well aware, Mr. Bell is not on trial here. He is not at hearing, and he is not being charged with anything. Petitioner submits that this evidence is not relevant to this matter and respectfully requests that the board limit the scope of evidence at hearing to only those matters relevant to the Mrs. Barlow's employment and the items listed in the statement of charges, which is Exhibit 1, and to exclude any witnesses' testimony and exhibits related to the employment of other district employees, to include but not limited to disciplinary actions and complaints against or related to employees other than Mrs. Barlow. The Missouri Administrative Procedures Act governs teacher tenure hearing, termination hearings as contested case hearings in Missouri, and will provide authority for the board to exclude such testimony. Under Chapter 536 of the Missouri Administrative Procedures Act, the board may refuse to hear evidence in any contested case if it is wholly irrelevant, repetitious, privileged, or unduly long, and irrelevant and unduly repetitious evidence shall be excluded. In contested case matters involving the conduct or circumstances of specific employee, the Missouri Court of Appeals has determined that focus on the hearing is that employee's conduct alone, as long as the employer imposes a discipline within the range allowed and does so for a reason rationally related to the employer's interest. Additionally, the Western District has affirmed that Chapter 536.070 subsection 8 allows an agency to exclude evidence that tends neither to prove nor disapprove any fact and issue and does not corroborate any other relevant evidence bearing on the principal issues before the board. In this matter, respondents' own comments in the classroom and respondents' refusal to comply with directives of the administration are at issue. None of the charges against them reference or include information regarding any other employee of the district, including Mr. West Bell. Further, to the extent that respondent seeks to introduce testimony of witnesses or submit comparator evidence or Me Too testimony, none of the charges against respondent reference or include information regarding any other employee of the district. And any evidence offered as to the intent of the decision maker is irrelevant to the hearing before the board. No employee testimony or records will have any bearing on the board's decision as to whether or not the charged conduct occurred, or if the charged conduct should be disciplined under the policies and rules of this board and the district. As required by Chapter 168, respondent's termination hearing will be public. It was respondent's choice to request a hearing regarding the charges against her. No other employees at issue made that choice. Respondents request that the board require those employees' confidential personnel records be presented to respondent and for them to potentially present at a hearing before the board, specifically a public hearing in which the respondent's conduct is at issue, is entirely improper. Witness testimony, including but not limited to the witnesses that have been identified by the respondent here, and documentary evidence of employees' conduct other than respondents is irrelevant and should not be presented at hearing. For these reasons, the district requests that the board deny respondent the ability to call the following witnesses: Mrs. Tanya O'Boyle, Ms. Cassie Pope, Ms. Carly Erickson, Mr. Tom Bonder, Ms. Joanna Stretch, and Ms. Misty Lee Carr as witnesses, or any other witnesses to discuss employee conduct or records other than respondent, and to limit the scope of the matter to the charged conduct of respondent and incidents cited within the statement of charges. We are moving the board in limine to exclude such evidence.
And the respondent would object strenuously to this motion in limine. First, it is improper that the petitioner is asking to exclude evidence that has not yet been proffered. It's inappropriate at this time to be deciding on whether or not things are relevant or irrelevant before they have even been brought in front of the board. Further, the Administrative Procedure Act, or the Procedure Act that Mr. Martin has cited is a general act, and I know the lawyers in this room will know the Latin phrase for this, but where there is a specific act and a general act that cover the same thing, the specific act is the one that controls. And here, the law for school board hearings on teacher termination says the school board shall hear testimony of all witnesses named by the teacher. It does not give them an ability to exclude things that they don't want to hear. Additionally, to argue that the evidence that Mr. Martin believes is being proffered here is not rationally related to, or is not relevant to the questions presented to the board. The board has to decide whether or not the termination of Ms. Barlow is for a reason that's rationally related to the employer interest. The evidence that we intend to provide to you today shows that she is being disciplined arbitrarily. And this comparator evidence is proper to show that the administration of this school district has allowed other policies to be violated while choosing to terminate Ms. Barlow for a single violation. I would ask that the hearing officer deny the motion in limine and allow the board to weigh the evidence as it is entered into the record.
So I grant in part to allow the documents for the board to receive and review, but no testimony will be taken.
I would renew my objection to the impartiality of the person advising the hearing officer.
We will take all documents for this. That way the board can review it.
I just want to clarify, you are denying our ability to call witnesses without knowing what they would testify to? Is that, you're denying that?
I understood the scope of what was being ordered was consistent with the motion that was made, which is to exclude the testimony of those witnesses. And if I misstated that or misled anybody, I apologize for that. But you can call whomever you want to. The question is whether they can go into the issues associated with other individual employees. That's what we're seeking to have excluded.
That is correct. That is.
Yeah, I would just say that this is a case for termination and we should be able to offer the evidence that we choose to. Ms. Barlow has a right to present the case as she has it.
Noted. Are there any other preliminary matters? All right. Opening statements will be limited to 10 minutes each. Mr. Martin, you may proceed.
Members of the board, tonight you face a decision that goes to the heart of our existence as a school district. That is to serve students and uphold the integrity of teachers at the head of their classrooms. Every parent who sends a child to Cameron R-1 schools does so with the expectation that their child will be respected and guided by professionals who will model the standards of conduct for teachers at the head of the classroom and expected of teachers in this community. On August 27th, during a 6-hour math class, that trust was broken. A student reported that Mrs. Rachel Barlow compared her hairstyle, the student's hairstyle, to anal beads, a term describing a sex toy. This was not a misunderstanding. It was language that is unprofessional for a teacher to direct to a student, and it is no place in any classroom in the Cameron R-1 school district. The board's policies and regulations contained in the employee manual are clear. Employees must maintain professional boundaries and refrain from any sort of sexualized communications with students, inappropriate communications with students. This was a direct violation of those standards. When this concern was brought to the administration's attention, they talked to the student to whom the remark about the sex toy was made. She was clear that Mrs. Barlow had made the remark comparing the student's hair to anal beads. When this concern was brought to Mrs. Barlow 2 days later, Principal Hadley Fisher gave her a simple directive, a specific directive: provide a written account of what happened. It was an opportunity for her to provide her side of the story, to explain herself. That direction was not optional. It was an administrative directive intended to ensure fairness and transparency. Mrs. Barlow refused to disclose the facts of what had happened. She refused to provide her side of the story. She began writing, stopped after a few sentences, crumpled the paper, and stated she would not comply. Despite being told that refusal to provide her statement would constitute a willful violation of policy, she chose defiance over accountability. She refused to tell the truth about what had happened. Let me say that again. She refused to tell the truth about what had happened. This case is not merely about a single comment to a student about a sex toy. It is about multiple choices that undermine the trust placed in us by families and the authority of your building leaders and the authority of this board. When a teacher disregards clear directives and refuses to cooperate with an investigation, it leaves the district unable to protect students and uphold the standards of conduct of the school's employees. You're being asked to decide whether Mrs. Barlow should continue as a permanent teacher in the district. Should she be allowed to continue work closely with the district students and staff indefinitely? The facts show a serious breach of professional conduct and a refusal to follow administrative directives. Not just a failure to follow administrative directives, but a refusal to follow administrative directives. Our students deserve better. Our community expects better, and this board's policies and regulations require better. For these reasons, I'll be coming back to you, and on behalf of your administration, simply ask that you terminate the permanent teaching contract, the agreement that you have with Mrs. Barlow as a teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Klein, when you're ready, you may proceed.
So we are here for a hearing where the board is considering whether or not to terminate Mrs. Barlow here. Mrs. Barlow is a teacher, a parent, a member of the community here in Cameron. And as you heard from Mr. Martin, she is being considered for termination for comments that she made to a student during her 6-hour math class. This student had a hairstyle that Ms. Barlow had heard high school students ridicule before. These students said this hairstyle looked like anal beads. This student asked Ms. Barlow what she thought of her hairstyle, and Ms. Barlow, hoping to protect this student from being bullied for the hairstyle because she had heard these high school students and the student was in high school, wanted to protect her from being bullied and told her this is what kids were saying about this hairstyle. Now, had administration been interested in that response, in that explanation for what happened, Ms. Barlow might have provided the statement during this meeting. But what you will hear from Ms. Barlow is when she was pulled into a meeting and cornered by her principals in the office, they began reading from a letter, placing her on administrative leave, and saying that she had already violated board policy. At that point, rather than investigating, the district made clear that it was intending to, it had already decided what had happened, and it had already decided that she had violated those policies. And it is for this comment that Ms. Barlow made to protect a student's feelings that she is being considered for termination. Now, is that the typical punishment for a first-time violation of board policy? Tonight, you will see that that is not the case. There are individuals, and one in particular who's already been mentioned, that have violated clear board policy in egregious ways. And I would echo Mr. Martin's sentiments that this community deserves better. It expects better, and it requires better. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, tonight you will hear evidence you may already be aware of, and you may find out things that you weren't aware of. But I want you to ask yourself, if you hadn't heard these things before, why haven't you heard them? If you have heard these things before, why haven't you done something? And if you choose not to do anything after tonight, what will the people in this room think of you? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin, are you ready to proceed with the administration's case?
We are. The administration would first call Dr. Angie Ormsby. Dr. Ormsby, if you'll stand there, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in.
Sure. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thanks.
Dr. Ormsby, would you please state your name and position with the district for the record, please?
Angie Ormsby, and I'm the assistant superintendent here at Cameron.
Were you asked as the assistant superintendent to investigate an incident involving Mrs. Barlow and who I will refer to as student A?
Yes, I was.
And this was an incident that occurred in August of this year.
Yes.
And you have a binder there before you, and I'm going to ask that you turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 5.
Oh, sorry. Do you have a binder for me?
I think I might have.
Okay, sorry. I just printed it on myself. I apologize. Oh,
Just collect that at the end.
oh yeah, I can give it back to you.
Actually, I think I've got one. Excuse me. I was wrong.
I promise I'll give it back.
Thank you.
Have you located what's been marked as Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Okay. And I've got some questions for you, Dr. Ormsby, about that which is included in Exhibit 5, but specifically, I'd like for you to turn to that first narrative page, which is got in the lower right-hand corner, PET 00004.
Yes.
See that, ma'am?
Mhm.
What steps did you take to look into this issue involving Mrs. Barlow and the allegation that she had made a comment to student A?
Well, first we received a call that there had been an incident at the middle school, and Dr. Robinson asked me if I would go and assist in investigating because it was the first week of school. And the comment that was allegedly made was sexual in nature by a female high school student. So I went and assisted.
And did you interview student A?
Yes, I did.
And is what's been marked as Exhibit 5, in particular the first page there that it's got PET 0004 at the bottom? Can you identify that for the record?
Can I identify? Could you repeat that?
Can you identify what that is?
This is a statement that I took on student A on August 29th.
Okay. And are these your notes?
Yes,
Okay. And it refers to documentation of student A with student A,
Mhm.
correct? And it gives the date and time,
yes,
August 29th, 10:15 a.m.
yes.
Okay. And who was present for that interview?
Student A, myself, and Mrs. Lim, the the middle school assistant principal.
And you can refer to this if you'd like, but why don't you just tell the board what took place in that interview?
Student A was called down. We met in the high school conference room to draw less attention. Come down and visited with her, and I asked her if she could just tell me about the incident, and she shared with me that she had gone to her class where she was a tutor, and she was working with the students when another student asked the teacher, Mrs. Barlow, if she liked her student A's new extensions that she had in her hair.
Okay, let me stop you there. Student A is a high school student,
Mhm.
and she was going down to 8th grade where Mrs. Barlow,
Yes.
Barlow was teaching math.
Yes,
But she was there as an A-plus person. Is
as
that-
a tutor, yes.
Okay. And I interrupted you, but there was a student that said something or about asking whether Mrs. Barlow liked
An 8th
the
grade
hair.
student asked Mrs. Barlow if she liked student A's hair. And at that time, she said, "Do you know what that looks like?" Is what the student A reported. And she said, "No, okay." And she leaned over and whispered in her ear,
She being Mrs. Barlow.
yes, Mrs. Barlow whispered in students A's ear, anal beads. And she said, "Oh, okay." And she said to me that she was uncomfortable. She didn't know what that meant, but it was awkward. And she laughed. She said, "I laughed because I was nervous and it was awkward. And when I laughed, she stated, 'It's not funny.'" And she said, which made me more uncomfortable and awkward. And I just said, "Oh, okay." And that was the end of the interaction.
Did student A describe her perception of Mrs. Barlow's demeanor when she was talking to her about this?
She said that she felt like she had done something wrong, like she was irritated with her, like, or disgusted, but she didn't really get it.
What else did you talk to student A about that day?
I asked her if there were any other students that were around when this interaction took place. She gave me the name of 3 other students that were in the group that she was working with. Then after we finished up our interview, I reread the statement to her and made sure that she agreed with everything that I had typed up, and then after that, we called in the other 3 students and asked them their statements.
And can you talk the board through those interviews? Do you see where you have a statement there that's from student B?
Yes,
Okay. And that's one of the individuals that you just described that you met with after meeting with student A.
yes.
And can you just tell the board what you learned from that interview, if anything?
Student B, I didn't feel like she had a clear recollection of what took place. She wasn't clear on her details. She was nervous. I tried to reassure her that she wasn't in trouble and that I was just there to find out what happened. And that was pretty much the extent of it. She did say that she had heard someone say that her hair looked like butt plugs, but she didn't know who.
And that interview is reflected in what's been marked as PET 0005.
Yes.
Okay. And are these your notes of
Yes.
that interview?
Yes.
And did you talk to student C?
I did.
Okay. And that was also on that same day, correct?
That was, yes, they were one right after the next.
Okay.
Interviewed student C, and this particular student said that he had heard about it. He didn't hear it himself, but he did see Mrs. Barlow whisper something to student A.
And those notes are your notes that are reflected in what's been marked as PET 0006?
Yes.
And can you turn to what's been marked as PET 0007?
Sure.
Can you identify that for the record?
This student D, I interviewed as well. This was the last student interviewed, and this student stated that they were there working in the group, but they didn't hear or know that anything was going on.
All right. Is that the extent of the students that you interviewed as a part of this map?
It was.
I move for admission of Exhibit 5.
I would object. All of the documents included in here are hearsay statements, which should be given little, if any, probative value.
Your objection has been noted for the record and will be taken under advisement.
Anything else that you want to make sure the board knows based on what you found as a part of your investigation in this matter? Specifically, the comment that was made to student A.
I felt that student A was very sincere, was not, she didn't want any issues. I felt like she was affected by the comment. She stated that she didn't even know for sure what that meant until she went to church that evening, and some other students were making comments about it, and she Googled it on her phone and was upset, and then went home and told her father because she realized that it was inappropriate, and then kind of had like a full scope of why everything felt awkward, and she just knew that it wasn't something that her teacher should say. She wanted to no longer be in that classroom for tutoring.
The high school student
Yes,
Knew.
student A.
knew that it was something that her teacher should not say to her.
Yes.
I have no further questions for you, Dr. Ormsby.
Mr. Klein, do you have any cross-examination for the witness?
I do.
Hi, Dr. Ormsby. My name is Luke Klein. I'm an attorney for Rachel Barlow. I just have a couple questions for you. Let me know if any questions that I have don't make sense or if you need to rephrase them. But I just have a few questions. So you mentioned that Dr. Robinson or Mr. Is it Doctor?
Doctor.
Okay, Dr. Robinson, initially alerted you to this incident and asked you to investigate. Is that correct?
I believe we got the notification over the phone. We were in the same room when the phone call came in from the
Okay.
middle school, and he asked me if I would go and assist in the investigation.
All right, so you and Dr. Robinson were both in the room as you received the phone
That's how I
call.
recollect it, yes.
And who made that phone call to you?
I believe it was Mrs. Lim that called
Okay.
to let us know.
All right, so you were in the room. Dr. Robinson asked you to investigate this.
Yes, if I would go and assist.
Okay. All right, so I kind of want to ask you generally about the discipline process at Cameron School District. So when you receive complaints from parents, is it typical to, what are the typical steps of the investigation that you take?
When you receive a complaint from a parent,
Yes.
I didn't receive a complaint. The middle school did.
Yes, but in general, what is your school's process?
Well, after the complaint is,
I'm gonna object to that as being vague and overly broad type of complaint.
Your objection has been noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
So what is the general process for, you receive a complaint, do you initially interview students first? Is that the
myself
first
as
step?
assistant
you're asked to-
superintendent.
Yeah, if you're asked to investigate something like Dr. Robinson did in this instance, is your first step interview students?
It depends on the situation, but yes, we try to get all of our interviews in the time frame that we have. You don't
Okay.
want to delay in visiting with kids. You don't want to, you want to make sure that you take care of it with due diligence.
Sure. Let's see. Were you present for the investigatory interview with Mrs. Barlow?
No, I was not.
Why not if you were in charge of the investigation?
I wasn't in charge of the investigation. I assisted in interviewing the students.
Okay.
As I explained previously,
Okay.
the student is a high school student. It was a comment that was sexual in nature. The student being female, myself being female, it was important that we were sensitive to that.
Mhm.
And I went and conducted the interview. Mrs. Lim is also in her 8th day as an assistant principal. So I had more experience in that area and went to assist.
Okay, so you assisted Miss Lim in conducting the investigation, I
Right.
guess, at the middle school level? Or,
At the middle, with the students,
With the middle
yes,
school
because
students.
she'd never interviewed students
okay.
prior.
All right, and with regard to the students that you spoke to, are any of student A, student B, student C, or student D, are any of them related to one another?
Student A and student, I'm gonna refer back. B were cousins, and that they were forthcoming with that.
Okay. And were they forthcoming about whether or not they spoke to each other about the incident before you spoke to them?
Yeah, it was in my statement that she spoke about it at the church youth group.
Now, Dr. Ormsby, do you have students that have attended in schools in the Cameron School District?
Personally,
Yes, like children who
Yeah.
have been students.
sure,
Have any of them been students of Miss Barlow?
yes.
What was your experience of Miss Barlow as a teacher while your students, or while your children were her students?
My children both had her as a teacher and both had a good experience.
Since Ms. Lim was not familiar with, or had not done investigatory things, as you said, she was a recent principal, or had recently stepped into the principal role. Did you provide her any guidance in going into the investigatory interview with Mrs. Barlow?
I did not. No, I wasn't involved in that portion of the investigation.
Okay. When investigating complaints or potential disciplinary issues, is there ever a step of having an informal discussion with a teacher prior to an investigatory interview?
I'm not, I don't know where your question's leading.
Do you ever have informal discussions with teachers prior to
An investigation?
Yeah, before a more formal investigation.
In my personal experience as a principal, no.
So if something comes to you and they say, hey, this happened in this class, your step isn't to go to the teacher and say, hey, what happened? Like, you don't go to their office.
Well, yes, but I would consider that conversation part of my investigation.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say it's informal, it's a conversation.
All right. And does the district have a policy on allowing teachers to call their union representation during investigatory interviews?
I'm not aware of a policy for or against that action.
Okay. If you were in an investigatory interview, would you allow a teacher to call their union rep?
I think I probably would have called my union rep before I went into a meeting.
If you were, so you're saying if you were a teacher, you would call your union rep before going to a meeting?
If I knew what the allegations were, yes.
Sure. And if you didn't know you were going to an investigatory meeting, you didn't have the opportunity before, would you as a assistant superintendent conducting that meeting give them the opportunity to call their union rep?
I think it would depend on the situation, but likely.
Okay. Right. I don't think I have any more cross.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin, do you have any?
No redirect. Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thank you.
The administration would next call Mr. Hadley Fisher.
Well, do you guys happen to have some water? Permission to approach the bench.
Yes, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No problem.
Mr. Fisher, if you'll step to that chair and you can remain standing while the court reporter swears in.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, will you proceed?
Mr. Fisher, would you state your name and position of the district?
Yeah, Hadley Fisher. I'm the principal at Cameron Veterans Middle School.
And as principal, do you have the responsibility for responding to reports of staff misconduct involving your staff members?
Yes.
And this year, Mrs. Barlow is one of your staff members?
Yes.
And you're a building principal, in other words?
Yes.
Okay. How did you become aware of the allegation that Mrs. Barlow had made an inappropriate comment to a student?
Mrs. Lim came into my office that morning to let me know that she had received a voicemail from a parent. And then when she returned that phone call, that's when she found out about the comment that was made.
And that was student A's father.
Yes.
Do you know, withdraw that. Did she speak to the student A's father on multiple occasions regarding this incident that you're aware of?
Yeah, she returned his call that morning, and then later in the day, she followed back up with him to let him know that we had, we're working on the situation.
And did Mrs. Lim and Dr. Ormsby participate in an investigation of this matter?
Yes,
Specifically, they interviewed students that were involved.
yes.
After gathering the initial facts, Mr. Fisher, did you meet with Mrs. Barlow to discuss the incident?
Yes.
And on what date did this meeting occur?
August 29th.
Sir, can you turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 4?
Got it.
And can you identify what has been marked as Exhibit 4?
This is the notes of the conversation that occurred in my office with Ms. Barlow.
On August 29th.
Yes.
And can you just, and you can use this document if you want to, which is PET 0002 and 0003, to walk through this, but can you just describe to the board what transpired when you met with Mrs. Barlow to discuss the incident involving student A?
Yeah, we let her know that what had been that it had been reported that she'd made an inappropriate comment, and then we gave her the opportunity to provide a statement.
Okay. When you say gave her the opportunity, is it fair to say that you instructed her to?
Yeah, the original statement was, we're here to give you an opportunity, which is the first paragraph there on the notes, to make a statement. Ask her to write it down in detail.
And then when she refused to do that, then I let her know that refusing to do that would be a willful refusal of an administrative directive.
Had you had any sort of disciplinary meetings with Mrs. Barlow prior to this one?
No.
And you were there to get her side of the story?
Yes.
Did she seem surprised when she came in that you were talking to her about something like this?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Fair enough. Did you explain to her what the allegations were?
We said that the allegations were that she had made an inappropriate statement to the student.
Okay. And at that point, did she start to write down a statement?
Yes.
How is it that you know that she started to write down a statement about that?
We watched her do it.
Okay.
She was sitting at the desk and watched her do it.
And that was in response to you instructing her to write a statement?
Yes.
About the incident?
Yes.
And so as Mrs. Barlow proceeded to write the statement, just describe to the board what happened.
So she wrote 3 or 4 sentences, and then she stopped and paused, thought for a while, crumpled up the paper, and then just didn't continue to write.
Okay. I'm going to get it a little bit detailed here, but
Sure.
When you say paper, can you describe to the board what she was writing
I
on?
had a small stack of notebook paper on my desk for her to write on.
And did you give it to her
Yes.
to provide the
Yes.
statement?
Yes.
And did it have multiple sheets?
Yes.
And when you say that she crumpled up the paper, what papers did she crumple up?
Well, at the beginning, she took the paper that she had written on and crumpled that up. And then later, she took 3 or 4 pieces of paper that were under that and folded those and took those as well.
Okay. So as we're talking about this, she initially responded to your instruction to write a statement
Yes.
about what had happened involving the incident with student A.
Yes.
She wrote 3 or 4 sentences on the paper on the top sheet and then stopped,
Yes.
then crumpled up that evidence of her statement,
Yes.
and then later on went back and removed the other pieces of paper that seemed to have the impression from her writing,
Yes,
and took those with her.
yes.
I want to get the sequencing down, Mr. Fisher, and make sure that we're all understanding this correctly. At some point in this meeting, you gave her an administrative leave letter, correct?
Yes,
And that administrative leave letter was given to her for the purposes of continuing the investigation.
yes.
So, but you did not give her that leave letter prior to asking her for the statement.
No.
Okay, describe for the board what the sequencing was here with respect to the leave letter and requesting this written
Okay,
statement.
so after she had written her 3 or 4 sentences and crumpled those, at that point, she stated that, a couple times I believe she stated that she didn't know what to do. And then she crumpled up the paper with the writing on it and said that she, let's see what I got here in my notes. Okay, since she said she didn't know what to do, and that's when I had told her that it was an administrative directive and that she refusal to do that would be a willful violation. She picked the pen up again but didn't write anything else.
All right, sir, and you're
And the-
looking at the, I guess, 4th paragraph down. It begins with at 11:20 a.m. Is that-
No, I was down to the one right below that where it said, Rachel continued to sit without any action, stating, I just don't know what to do. At that time, I told her that it was an administrative directive and refusal would be a willful violation of policy. Picked up the pen, didn't write anything else. That's where I was reading from. And then again, she paused again for a long time. And then that's when she stated that she wasn't going to write a statement. Then that's at the time in which I said, well, then due to the report of the inappropriate comments that she was being placed on administrative leave.
Sir, you see in that preceding paragraph, that 4th
Mhm.
paragraph down,
Yes.
it says that Rachel commented, this happened on Wednesday. It's already been 2 days, and we are just now talking about it.
Mhm.
People are talking and spreading it around just like last time. Did you know what she was referring to?
I did not.
So she points out that it's been 2 days, correct?
Yes.
Had it been 2 days?
Yes.
At any time during those 2 days, from that Wednesday to that Friday, did Mrs. Barlow come to you and report what had happened?
No.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Klein, at this time, you have the ability for a cross-examination of the witness.
Hi, Mr. Fisher. My name is Luke Klein. I'm Ms. Barlow's attorney. I just have a couple questions for you. All right, and you mentioned, if I'm correct, that Ms. Barlow did not have any prior discipline before this incident.
Not issued by me.
Was there other prior discipline?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned that Felicia Lim spoke to the father of student A, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to the father of student A?
Not that day. I don't think that I ever did.
All right. Okay, so I'd like to ask you about this meeting because that's why you're here to talk about it. You began the meeting, to my understanding, telling Ms. Barlow that there was an allegation she had made an inappropriate comment to a student. Did you tell her in that meeting, did you tell her what the student's name was at that point?
Uh,
I know what your
I-
notes say, but I'm curious to know
Well-
what your memory says.
I think that I did. I think that my note said that I did, and I think that I did because I believe, again, I'm not finding it immediately, but my recollection is that I had said specifically in regards to student A.
Okay. During this meeting, do you remember Ms. Barlow asking to speak to her union representation?
Yes.
Okay. And Did you put that in your notes of this meeting?
Yeah, it's in there. I'm not sure where again, but I know what I said. I said I don't have a comment, or I can't give a statement on that. It's in the last paragraph on 0002. About halfway in.
Okay. So you didn't give her permission to call her union rep during that meeting?
All I said was I can't give you a statement on that.
And prior to this meeting, had you given her any indication that she was going to be in an investigatory interview?
No.
Okay. How did you get her into your office?
So as her students were going to lunch, we asked her to come into the office to talk.
So was she just walking by the
Yes.
by your office in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Lim was also in the room with
Yes.
you? And where was she in relation to you?
My office is set up. There's 2 seats across from my desk, and then there's 2 seats over by a window. She was over in the seats by the window. I was behind my desk, and she was on the opposite side of my desk.
Did Miss Lim close the door behind Miss Barlow when she entered the office?
The door was closed. I don't know who closed it, me or her.
Or you don't remember?
Yeah, I don't remember, but it was closed.
Okay. And so when Ms. Barlow sat down to speak to you, were you holding anything in your hands?
I don't remember.
Okay. And I know that these notes report what you said. I assume these notes didn't exist at the time of the meeting, though, correct?
No.
This document?
No.
Okay. Did you have a piece of paper that you were reading this text from? Text?
So yes, there was, I don't know that I was holding it, but there was something where I was reading the statements about that are in bold on here.
Okay. And were those statements that you were reading, were they on her letter for administrative leave?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned that you gave her the administrative leave letter later. Were you holding it at any point during the meeting before?
I read it to her, and so I would have been holding it when I read
Was
it.
that before or after she gave her, she refused to give a statement?
After.
Okay, so it's your testimony that when you were giving her the directive to write the statement, you weren't holding the administrative leave letter in your hands?
I don't 100% recall, but
Okay. You mentioned you're the principal of the middle school.
Yes.
Right? And I assume you have substitute teachers at the middle school. Is that right?
Yeah.
And does the school maintain a substitute teacher list for calling out?
Yes.
You know, when you need to call a teacher.
Yes.
Okay. Are you confident that all the subs on that list follow board policy?
I mean, I can't say that for certain.
If you received a report that a sub violated board policy, would they be terminated?
It would be reported, and there would be an investigation.
Okay. Have you received any reports of substitute teachers touching students inappropriately?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are those people that have been reported still substitutes for the district?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. I'm going to present to you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 1, if I can find it in my pile of stuff. Sorry, I got the right numbers on. And I apologize to the board. I printed out 6 copies of stuff, and I realize I'm a couple of copies short. So, all right. So I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 1. All right, so you mentioned that you did receive a report, was it recently about a teacher, a
What?
substitute teacher touching a student?
Not sure what you consider recent.
I guess in the fall semester.
Yes.
Now, this was a sub-list requested that was produced by the district. I'd like you to turn to page that's PET 0240.
Okay.
Now, the fifth name down on this list.
Yes.
Is that the person that you received a report about?
Yes,
And is he still on the sub-list?
he is listed here.
Based on the allegations you received, do you believe that he violated board policy?
Never mind. Shit and sorry.
What do I do?
Continue.
You may answer his question to the extent that you.
Can you repeat the question?
Based on the allegations you received, do you believe that this substitute violated board policy?
I don't know that I ever really determined that. As based on the report that I got, I would say, I don't know, honestly. I don't know.
Did you begin an investigation?
I reached out to the person who handles the substitute teachers and addressed that with him,
Okay, and who is that person?
Derek Lanigan.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know if he conducted an investigation?
I do not know.
All right, I would like to move to enter Teacher Exhibit 1 under seal to the board as evidence for our case.
I have no objection to that.
And do you know if there's any policy? Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Yes, I admit Exhibit 1.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm just so amped up.
Nah.
All right, and sorry, a few more questions. To go back to these notes here, did you write these notes?
No,
Who prepared these notes for you?
Dr. Ormsby.
Dr. Ormsby wrote this?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you relay this to her verbally and she
Oh,
wrote this
yes.
down?
Yes.
But she wasn't present at the meeting, right?
No.
Okay. All right, and do you know if the school has any? To your knowledge, does the district have any policies about teachers requesting union representation?
I'm not aware.
Okay, so if a teacher requests it, you don't have any directive as to whether or not you can allow or deny it?
No.
Right, right. As the principal of the middle school, when you receive complaints from parents, do you ever have informal conversations with teachers prior to an investigatory interview?
Yes.
So if a teacher were to come to you and say, hey, this thing happened, would you ever just go to the teacher and say, hey, what's going on here?
Yes.
Okay. Why did that not happen in this instance?
I felt based on the allegation
Okay.
that wasn't the route I should go.
Were you given a directive by anyone in administration to do the investigatory interview?
I had talked to the superintendent, I don't recall whether I was given a directive to do that or not.
And when you say the superintendent, you mean Dr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that when you asked Ms. Barlow to write her statement, that she sat and was stating, I just didn't know what to do, crumpled up the paper. You could visibly tell that she was distressed by this situation from you.
Yes.
Did you offer her any sort of reassurances that if she did provide a statement, the administration would give it any weight?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
You have a teacher in your office, you're asking her to write a statement, you've got an admin leave letter, and she's clearly anxious. Do you say, listen, we just need your side of the story, something along those lines, we just want to know, we're investigating still. Did you provide any reassurances that she would be listened to?
There was a time in here, I'd have to look through it to find out exactly when, but at one point, I think it was when she said something along the lines of the narrative's already been written or something like that, or you've seen it. I said something along the lines of, this is your opportunity to tell your side.
And was that something that was like on a script?
No.
Okay. I don't have any further props at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
Sir, you were asked a little bit about the father of student A and the contact with Mrs. Lim. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You were asked by Mr. Klein about the father of student A and his contact with Mrs. Lim.
Yes.
All that. Okay. Can you turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 6B?
Okay.
Can you identify that for the record?
Yeah, that was an email that Mrs. Lim sent me following her conversation in that afternoon with the parent of student A.
And it relates her conversation with him?
Yes.
And this was an email that you received from your assistant principal, Felicia Lim?
Yes.
I would move for admission of Exhibit 6B.
I would object to the contents of this email. This is double hearsay. This is a relaying of a phone call through a person who is not testifying to Mr. Haslam here, or sorry, Mr. Fisher.
Your objection has been noted for the record and will be taken under advisement.
Sir, can you turn to Exhibit 4?
Okay.
And you were asked about the writing of this.
Yes.
To be clear, this was typed up by Dr. Ormsby.
Yes.
Based on what you were telling me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you reviewed this statement?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate reflection of the conversation that you had with Mrs. Barlow?
Yes.
I would move for admission of Exhibit 4.
I would object to the admission of this, at least with the last half page, the PET 0003. It is, again, this double hearsay issue where it's something Ms. Lim said, and she's not testifying here today. And Mr. Fisher already testified he did not speak to the parent in this instance.
And let me continue with, I'll let you rule that.
Yeah, your objection has been noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
Just by, so we're clear on the record, Mr. Fisher, when you look at that PET 0003, which is part of that exhibit that we were just talking about. Can you identify what that is for the board so they understand what they're looking at there?
So that was, I copied and pasted the email onto this document to have it in one spot.
Okay, the email that we were just talking about, which has been marked as Exhibit 6B,
Yes.
and that email, for the record, this is something that you make, an email that you maintain as a part of your records at the Cameron Veterans Middle School.
Yes.
correct? And as a part of your regular course of business. there,
Yes.
correct? I want to ask you a little bit about substitutes.
Okay.
There's a difference in the relationship between a substitute teacher and a permanent teacher.
Yes.
Would you agree? And the employment practices and procedures that go with a permanent teacher are decidedly different than they are for a sub.
Yes.
And a sub might be on a list, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be called to come and go into any classroom.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Klein?
So to go back to the exhibit 4, when Dr. Ormsby prepared these notes, did you give her your own handwritten notes as part of the preparation of this? Maybe if you could explain how you created this document.
I would consider it a debrief. We went through the conversation, we went through the interaction, and Dr. Ormsby really scribed what we said.
So you dictated
Yes.
to her. Okay.
Yes.
And to go back to the substitute teacher issue, you testified that there's a difference between the substitutes and the permanent teachers. Wouldn't you agree that a violation of board policy by a substitute of the nature that was described to you is just as serious as it would be for a permanent teacher?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
Mr. Fisher, is he free to go?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Administration would next call Dr. Matt Robinson. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. You can be right on the
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Dr. Robinson, I'm going to ask that the court reporter swear you in.
Because you're trying.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson, would you state your full name and position with the district for the record, please?
My name is Matt Robinson, and I'm the superintendent of the Cameron School District.
And as the superintendent, is it your responsibility, do you have responsibilities regarding staff conduct and discipline of staff?
Yes, I do.
How would you describe those for the board?
I look into cases where staff conduct has been brought to the attention of principals, brought to the attention of myself, and then designate who's going to do those investigations, and then at sometimes levy punishments, consequences for those infractions.
Sir, can you turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And that is a 3-page document. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
Can you identify that for me?
It's the statement of charges given to Mrs. Barlow.
The matter that we're hearing about tonight.
Yes.
And with respect to these charges, and you can refer to the statement of charges if you like, but can you just explain to the board what Mrs. Barlow was charged with doing?
Effectively breaking the board policies, the board policy manual, also the employee conduct, which is, I believe, 180E, and then also 185E, which is the employee student policy regarding interactions.
Have you had an opportunity to review the statements that were taken by Dr. Ormsby that have been marked as Exhibit 5?
Yes, the student statements. Yes.
And that's what part of what you referred to or reviewed as a part of your preparation of the statement of charges.
Yes, it is.
And Exhibit 4, which is Mr. Fisher's notes of the meeting. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Was that also something that you took into consideration in formulating the statement of charges?
Yes, it was.
Can you just explain to the board, in your own words, what the charges really are about?
Well, as I stated just a second ago, it involves, our employee manual. It involves employee conduct. It also involves employee-student contact relations, I guess. So 180 and 185P. And what it really is a highly inappropriate statement made to student A young lady, in our classroom, and then a willful refusal to give a statement. So,
You mentioned the inappropriate comment.
yes.
Why do you deem that to be inappropriate or unprofessional?
Well, I think it's a sexual comment in nature. It didn't need to be. It didn't need to be said to a student by any means, and that's not the type of language we want to have our teachers conversing with our students. That's just not the type of language I would condone.
Does it make a difference to you that it was in the classroom?
It does. It does, because we have a lot of parents that trust our school buildings, our school staff to be above, and every kid's required to go to class, and when those things happen in class, it just erodes that trust with the public and our ability to teach. So,
Dr. Robinson, what about the refusal to follow an administrative direction?
well, I think that also erodes the trust. That sets up a very tough situation in that building, knowing that a teacher refused a superior's request to fill out a statement.
Was it a request or a directive?
Well, it was a directive. So, and so I think that just puts a lot of, that's going to put the whole building in a little bit of stress. And I think that's not a good situation, knowing that we've had that happened.
How long have you been in education?
This is my 29th year.
Have you ever heard of a teacher commenting to a student about a sex toy?
I cannot recall ever having somebody comment about a sex toy, no.
Have you ever had a teacher that refused to follow an administrative directive, a specific administrative directive, the way Mrs. Barlow did?
I don't believe I've ever had that occur as well either.
Dr. Robinson, somebody asked, why is this being brought before the board for termination when I'm sure you deal with a lot of different staff misconduct, correct?
Unfortunately, yes. So
Can you explain to the board why you believe this is different?
I think the two reasons stated earlier, the fact that it was a pretty explicit sexual comment made to a young lady in a classroom setting, is one, and two is kind of the willful refusal to fill out a statement when directed to. So, and so because of those two, I feel like it reaches this point. I wish it hadn't. I really do, but
Is there anything else that you would like the board to consider as they deliberate on this matter?
I just think we need to remember that, we do have standards, that people do trust us to take care of their kids. They trust us to look after their kids. I think we do a tremendous job of doing that. And when you have situations like this, it erodes that trust that parents have given us.
I have no further questions for you, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Klein, you now have the opportunity for a cross-examination of the witness.
I appreciate it. All right. So you testified that you reviewed the documents prepared by Dr. Ormsby and Mr. Fisher with respect to the investigation that happened in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you familiar, or did you know what they were saying when, scratch that. Were you familiar with the hairstyle that student A was sporting?
No, it was not.
Since this discipline has been handed down, have you familiarized yourself with the hairstyle that student A was sporting?
I have looked it up, yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of any instances where students have been bullied for having that hairstyle?
I have not.
Okay. So you had never heard students refer to the hairstyle in the way Ms. Barlow did?
I have not.
As superintendent, do you deal with bullying in the district from time to time?
Time to time, yes.
Would you say the district has a problem with bullying?
I think we have bullying. I don't know that we have a problem, but we do have. I'd be remiss if I said we didn't have bullying in our schools.
And would you say that it's a teacher's job to, if they were to see bullying, to step in and intervene and stop it?
100%. I think a teacher should do that.
So if a teacher were looking out for a student and wanted them to avoid being bullied, that would be something you consider good, right?
I would.
Okay. You mentioned that you deal with a lot of staff misconduct and that Ms. Barlow's case is different.
Yes.
Than previous instances of staff misconduct. One of the board policies that Ms. Barlow is being accused of violating is the E-185B. You can look, I hope we've stipulated to it, so Exhibit 10 in the binder, if you could turn to, I think it's PET 499. And then I'll ask you to turn to page PET 0501.
Okay.
So part of this, or at least the statement of charges, point to this one excerpt here where it says that employees are strictly prohibited from engaging in certain conduct. And the specific piece that you point to is 3, is communicating with students regarding topics that are sexual or romantic in nature.
Yes.
Outside of the district's approved curriculum.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Below there is also the, 1 and 2, though, are making sexual advances toward a student and touching students in a sexual manner.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that these are on equal footing in terms of the severity of the violation, or would you say that they're different?
I would probably consider 1 and 2 a little bit more egregious than number 3.
And you've heard testimony today that one of the substitutes that you have at your school was alleged to have violated both 1 and 2.
I was made aware that we had an issue with the substitute. I do not remember the exact details of what all that was.
Okay.
So
Do you know if an investigation was performed?
I do not.
Okay. And you're aware that that person is still on the sub list?
I am aware they're on the sub list. Yes.
Okay. And they're not here at a termination hearing, right?
Right.
I'd also like to point you to the second part where it says following conduct is prohibited unless there is, in the discretion of the superintendent, an educational reason, an emergency reason, or an appropriate familial relationship in place for such conduct to occur. And on 3 there, it says inviting students to a staff member's residence or private property. In your time as a superintendent, have you ever, in your discretion, permitted a parent to allow, or permitted one of your employees to invite and host students at their home for any of these reasons?
Which part are you on again? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm talking about inviting students to a staff member's residency.
Which
residence or
page
private
is that? I'm sorry.
That's on 501. It's just
501.
below, it's the next chunk, I'd say. So inviting students, it's number 3.
Oh,
here,
okay, yes.
Inviting students. So in your discretion, have you ever given the go-ahead for one of your teachers to invite students to their private residence?
I believe we have had students go to private residences if it's a group of students. Yes.
Okay. And have you expressly permitted those?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Does that concern you?
No.
You think it's okay if kids go over to teachers' houses?
I believe if there's a school function and the kids are all together, then and parents are aware of it, then yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so according to your policy, it says that unless there is an educational reason, emergency reason, or appropriate familial relationship. So if a bunch of kids are going over, which one of those reasons is that?
I would say if they're a part of one of our teams or clubs, that would be an educational reason.
Fair enough. Now, you heard Principal Fisher testify that Ms. Barlow had not been disciplined prior to this instance, right? Do you understand that to be true?
Yes.
Okay. In your time as superintendent, is termination always the first step of discipline?
No.
Okay, so you do impose lesser forms of discipline for first infractions.
Yes, I have.
And if you believe that a teacher could be remediated, would you give them a lesser form of discipline?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Courage to Report system?
Yes, I am.
Do you review reports that come in through the Courage to Report system?
I do.
Are you the only person that reviews these?
No.
Okay. Who else reviews them?
Depending on where they designate a school, that would be, if it was our high school, it'd be our high school administration, counselor, our school police officer, myself, and then that would be the same in every building. So pretty well, if it comes into any building, I do see it.
And when you receive these Courage to Report reports, what is the process that you follow to either investigate or remediate the issues raised with them?
The first thing I would do is contact administration, find out if they even know about it. A lot of times they've already seen it as well, because you usually get an email and a text and sometimes even a phone call that says you've got a report. And then I would direct those individuals to start an investigation into that report.
Okay, so when you say those individuals, you mean
Administration.
administrators that
Yes.
saw it?
Sometimes it may be, it's not always administrative. We've had some where somebody's worried about somebody's mental state, and so sometimes that's a counselor. It's not always going to be administration, but we try to direct them to the right person that can start that process.
When you receive multiple reports about a specific individual,
Mhm.
Is there any difference in how you approach responding to those reports?
No.
And when you receive these reports, do they make their way to board members?
No, not all the time. So, no.
All right, so I'm going to hidden my pen. Okay, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as teacher, what I'm marking as teacher exhibit 2. Okay. Sure. Thank
I'll get you a copy of one when I get one.
Oh, no, I need that one. I'm sorry. That's my last copy. Okay. So do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is it looks like the Courage to Report. It looks a little different on my computer screen, but
Okay.
yeah.
But it's a printout of Courage to Report reports.
Yes.
And who are these Courage to Report reports about?
These look like they are all.
Dr. Robinson, is this?
Yeah, I'm going to object to this. It's going into what we identified in the motion in limine with respect to the relevancy of getting into the complaints about another individual employee. If we're going to identify that individual, they're not here to defend themselves. They're not on trial. And the probative value of this, I don't know how this could be relevant to whether or not Mrs. Barlow made an inappropriate comment in the classroom and then refused to follow an administrative threat.
Dr. Robinson testified that he has dealt with comparative or different forms of discipline in the past, which has opened the door to discuss comparable discipline. We're talking about similar.
You asked him a question, he answered the question. He didn't open any doors.
That was one of your questions, Mr. Martin. You asked him what was so different about this one, and he said,
That does not open the door to go into the personnel records of other employees.
we're happy to anonymize the name, but this is part of Ms. Barlow's case, and it's important to show that the decision that's made by administration is arbitrary.
And to the extent that council is willing to avoid getting into individually identifiable personnel information, the key word there being identifiable. If it's something that's identifiable, then I'm going to object and continue to object along that basis. That if he's willing to treat it in a way that's anonymous and in such a way that people cannot identify who we're talking about, then I think that that's appropriate and clear.
Could we have a second to chat outside? We just take a brief pause.
Can we take a recess?
Yeah.
I think with that being said, Mr. Klein, we'll take a 10-minute recess. It is currently 7:45, so we will reconvene at 7:55. That way you can keep your orders in line.
I appreciate it.
The board can take a break and then we can get this flowing.
Yeah.
So we will reconvene at 7:55. Councilor, you may proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to speak again to the motion in limine. I want to reiterate, we're talking about employee conduct, not personnel records here. And given that we're talking about application of board policy to employees, it's important to make sure that that policy as a district is applied consistently.
With that, pursuant to the previous order, the board will accept documents offered by Mrs. Barlow, but no testimony regarding identifiable personnel matters of the employees will be heard.
Without saying the name of this individual on these documents, are these courage to report reports pertaining to a singular individual?
Yes, they look to be.
Okay. And do you know the individual that's being reported here?
Yes, I do.
Did you personally review these reports?
I have seen these reports, yes.
Okay. Have you conducted investigations into these reports?
There has been investigations, yes.
Conducted by you?
Not by me, no.
Who conducted investigations into these reports?
Most likely, this would have been done by high school administration and activities director.
And who are those people?
High school administration would be assistant principal Derek Lanigan, high school principal Jason Erdman, and activities director Matt Wink.
Do you remember when these courage reports came in? Do you remember reviewing them at the time?
Yes, I think there was quite a few last fall. Looking at the dates, that looks fairly accurate.
So you mentioned that, so were there any statements or things that were said in these reports that concerned you?
I'd say there's things in the report that concern me, but yes, once we investigate, there might be a different side to that story.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I noticed that at the bottom of these, some of these, I don't know if it's all of these, maybe that's all of them. It will say disposition, investigation conducted, no evidence was discovered that would support criminal charges.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
When you receive courage to report reports, all you look at is whether or not it arises to the level of a criminal charge?
No.
Okay. So was there any determination that there was something lesser than a criminal charge?
I'm going to object to that as vague and ambiguous.
I'm not sure. I don't know which one you'd be referring to.
All right, so
and I don't, yeah.
Well, we can take the first. Okay. So there was a report that an individual told an athlete that he was too fat to play varsity.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like there was an investigation that was conducted
Mm-hmm.
and no evidence was discovered that would support criminal charges. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, was there an investigation to determine whether or not those statements were a violation of board policy?
We investigated this one, yes. And I do remember they actually talked to the student that was called too fat to play varsity,
Mm-hmm.
and that comment did not happen.
And was that student the only one you spoke to?
I don't remember on that because I didn't do the investigation.
Do you know who did the investigation?
I would say high school administration, but I don't know if they did it all together or if one of them did it.
Okay. Well, would that have been Derek Lanigan?
One of them could have been, yes.
All right. Or Matt Wang?
Either one of them could have did it, or they could have did all three of them together, talk to the student.
And Derek Lanigan is a football coach as well as an
He is
administrator.
helping out this year, yes.
Okay. If you look to page 0012,
Mm-hmm.
there's another report here. This same individual was reported to have been an aggressor of horrible language to young student athletes in our school.
Mr. Klein, pursuant to the previous order, the board will accept documents offered by Mrs. Barlow, but no testimony regarding identifiable personnel matters of other employees will be heard.
Sorry, what was the identifiable? If you could tell me what
It
was
seems like we're talking about the actions of other employees right now.
We're keeping it anonymous, which I believe was what the directive was.
I think it goes to the issue of identifiable, which is something I was trying to emphasize before. We're getting to the specifics to the point that you can identify the employee that's at issue.
With the statements that you've made, you have narrowed in on who you were talking about. So therefore, with that being said, we will accept the documents to be looked at.
All right, so the conduct that's being described in here, you also won't take testimony on that about what was determined by the board?
You can ask general questions, but as you dive deeper to single out individuals,
I just want to be sure. Me saying that someone is an aggressor of horrible language, that's identifiable.
you went further than that, Mr. Klein.
To speak about athletes.
You identified it more specifically. If we make the argument exactly what you said, we're further identifying.
Yes.
Okay.
So as you ask these questions, you are trying to identify further. So therefore, we will generalize. We will take general statements in questioning, and we'll move on.
Would it be concerning to you if an employee at the district was using repeated foul language with students?
Yes.
Would that be, in your mind, a violation of board policy?
It could be, yes.
And would that, in your mind, support terminating that individual?
In some cases, yes.
All right, I would like to move to admit teacher exhibit 2 into evidence under seal for the board.
No objection, as long as it's under seal.
Agreed. Admitted under seal.
Do you regularly receive complaints about staff members at the school district?
Can you be a little bit more specific? I guess.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me see. When teachers have, or when parents have issues with teachers, are you someone that receives complaints about teachers or staff members of the district?
I have before, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you receive emails from time to time from parents about specific staff members?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Now, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks familiar.
If you turn to page 2 of this document,
Okay.
do you see your work email listed as one of the recipients?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember receiving this email?
Yes.
Okay. And did you conduct any investigation into the allegations raised?
There was an investigation done, yes.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that investigation?
There was I know there was a write-up with the individual, and then I don't remember what else, but I do remember there was a write-up.
Okay.
So,
But not a termination?
no.
Have you also been the recipient of complaints from the Missouri State High School Activities Association?
Yes. I wouldn't have got those, but I'm aware of them, yes.
Okay. Have members of the community sent you those complaints directly and from time to time?
I don't remember if they have or not. Unless they sent me an email that said that they filed a complaint. I don't remember seeing the actual complaint itself, but I don't remember that.
I am going to hand you what I have marked as Teacher's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this document?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. If you turn to the second page,
Okay.
do you see the your school email listed on here? As
Yes,
one
I
of the
do.
recipients?
Mhm.
And you said you don't remember receiving this.
I don't see I thought you asked me if I saw the specific mission
okay.
report.
Oh, okay. No.
No,
Do you remember this email?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as a result of this email, did you conduct an investigation into the allegations?
That I do not remember.
Did the report here concern you?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it. so-
I know there's a lot of text.
Yeah. I do remember it. I do not remember if there was an investigation. I know we had dealt with a couple different issues concerning this, but I don't know if there was a formal investigation, no.
Okay, so there had been multiple reports of the conduct alleged in here?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was anyone terminated in connection with this?
No.
I'd like to move to admit 3 under seal, 4 not under seal.
Mr. Martin, do you have any objections?
I don't object to the relevance of it, and it does go to the issue of identifying individual. I mean, if you admit this in open hearing without us it being under seal, then that's something that may be very much an open record that would be published and something that would be open to anybody that wanted to get it. I'm very concerned about the publication of that. I want to make sure that it's very clear that it's being proffered by the union and the teacher in this instance, not by the district. My objections for relevance.
So teacher exhibit 3 will remain under seal, and teacher exhibit 4 will be noted for the record and will be taken under advisement.
I have no further cross at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Dr. Robinson? Thank you for your time. Yeah, just, yep. Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
With that, the administration rests.
Mr. Klein, are you ready to proceed?
If I could just have a brief restroom break, then I would be ready to proceed.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
We will take a 5-minute recess. It is 8:15 right now. We will reconvene at 8:20. And please be seated at 8:20 so we can get started back up. You guys go to that?
Our first witness is going to be Joanna Stretch.
She in the room? Or is
She's down
she?
the hallway.
Okay,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey.
no problem.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
anticipated, yeah.
As this flows, if you can just let us know. That way Officer Palmer can go.
Yeah. Oh. For the sequestration order, I did have a question about that. For the witnesses that we call, once they're released for the day, are they allowed to remain? Is that fine?
I have no objection.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry. If you could stand up, the
Yeah.
court reporter will swear you in.
Oh, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Now you can sit.
Okay.
Ms. Stretch, could you state your name for the record? Sorry, Mrs. Stretch, could you state your name for the record?
Mrs. Joanna Stretch.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a licensed massage therapist,
And how long have you been a licensed massage therapist?
working on 22 years.
And do you have any children who are students in the district?
I do.
And how many?
2.
And what ages are they?
They'd be 5th, getting ready
Yeah,
to turn
sorry,
11,
grades.
and 8th grade 13.
Sorry, you said 5th, 11th, and 8th.
She will be turning 11.
Oh,
And an 8th grader that is 13.
there you go. Okay. Is your 8th grader in Miss Barlow's class?
She is.
What is your experience of Miss Barlow as a teacher?
As far as I know, everything has been phenomenal. She's carrying a straight A this year, is really enjoying math and understanding it very well.
How did you first become aware that Ms. Barlow was being considered to be terminated?
My daughter made a comment that her teacher wasn't her teacher right now, and they've had substitutes.
Okay. And has that had any impact on your daughter's performance in math?
I know she didn't like a couple of the substitutes that she had had. She did say that whoever her substitute is now is a retired mathematics teacher, so she hopes she will learn more.
Were you made aware that the district spoke to your daughter about Miss Barlow's termination investigation?
Yes and no, because I was made aware that they interrogated, their word, my daughter, about an ongoing investigation, but they were not at liberty to disclose anything about said investigation. So I did not realize that it pertained to Mrs. Barlow
Okay.
until after the fact.
And how were you informed that they had interrogated your daughter?
They called me and specifically stated that we took your daughter into an interrogation about an ongoing investigation, and we are not at liberty to disclose what is going on currently. And then I discussed it with my daughter when she arrived home.
And how did your daughter describe it to you?
She was very confused. She said she had no idea what it was really about, other than a girl's summer who is an A+ student in there.
I'm gonna move to strike the reference to the name. Ma'am, if you're gonna refer to individual students, you need to do so but without identifying their name.
Oh, okay, I'm very sorry, that's what my daughter had said. So there was an A+ student in Mrs. Barlow's, can I say her name?
Yeah.
Okay, in Mrs. Barlow's class that had a cousin in her class as well, an 8th grade cousin to the A+ student. And that the A+ student had a hairstyle that they thought was like hair extensions, but that was all she had really heard.
So had your daughter heard what Miss Barlow said
I'm
to
gonna
us?
object to his calling for hearsay. On hearsay.
It's just notice to the listener.
Your objection has been noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
She'll tell you if she heard what Miss Barlow said.
Same objections.
Your objection has been noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
Can I answer?
Yes, you can answer.
Okay, I'm sorry. She said that Mrs. Barlow specifically said she had something for the A+ students' ears alone, and that they needed to continue doing what they were doing in class, and that Mrs. Barlow whispered something that no one except the A+ student heard.
I'm
Did
gonna
you-
object to that and move to strike it as non-responsive and it's speculative?
Your objection has been noted for the record and will be taken under advisement.
Did you eventually hear about the comments that Ms. Barlow made to this A+ student?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Objection is noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
Can I answer that then?
Yeah, were you eventually made aware of the statements of Ms. Barlow?
Yes, I was told.
And how were you made aware?
I was told that the A+ student's hairstyle was being,
I'm gonna object, is non-responsive and move to strike it. He asked the question, was how were you made aware?
All right, so how were you made aware? Did someone tell you?
Mrs. Barlow told me whenever she contracted a lawyer that she was going to fight for her job, that she was now allowed to discuss the case personally and that she was trying to preserve this girl's not being embarrassed in class and made fun of, and that she was letting her know
Sorry.
what her
I
hairstyle
understand
was
she's.
being called.
Hold on, sorry.
I'm gonna move to strike the last response.
So, did Miss Barlow eventually tell you what it was that she said to this A+ student?
Yes, Mrs. Barlow told me that her hairstyle was being
Object
called
to it.
anal beads, but
Ma'am, can you just listen to his question very carefully and answer only what he's asked you?
I can enlarge my witness, I appreciate it though.
Well, you're not doing so, so we're going to do it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Button. As a member of the community and a parent in this district, do you feel that Ms. Barlow should be terminated for the statements she made?
definitely not.
I have no other questions for this witness.
I have no
Mr.
questions.
Vaughn.
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
You are free to go.
And then you can stay if you want.
Yes, sorry. Misty Lee Carr? All right, if you could stand and the court reporter will swear you in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? That's right. Okay, you may proceed.
Could you please state your name for the court reporter?
Misty Lee Carr,
And what is your occupation?
a regulatory publisher.
All right. And do you have any children who are students in the district?
Yes, I have 3 children, a senior, a sophomore, and an 8th grader.
All right. And is your 8th grader taught by Miss Barlow?
Yes, she was.
What is your experience of Miss Barlow as a teacher?
My son did really well in her class. My middle daughter, she was struggling a little bit, and she helped her get caught up. I know she was real competitive with her brother, so she wanted to be in those advanced classes like him. So Mrs. Barlow helped her get to that spot. And my youngest, she really enjoyed having her in class. Was kind of missing her in class now.
Okay.
It feels like
So-
she
How has the class been for your daughter since Miss Barlow has been suspended?
just kind of doesn't feel like she's learning a whole lot because of the different substitutes in and out of the classroom.
Have there been any issues with substitutes that have been in her class?
Yes, we did have a problem with one substitute in particular.
And what was that problem?
She came home from school one day visibly upset. She really didn't want to talk about it at first. It took a little bit to get it out of her. But during that day, she was up at the whiteboard, and this gentleman had squatted down behind her while she was up at the board writing and touched the backside of her leg and ran his hand up the back of her thigh, and also stood behind her while she was writing and grabbed her hand, kind of standing over her, and took her hand and was writing, making her write stuff on the board, and just made her feel very uncomfortable.
What did you do when your daughter came to you with this information?
I asked her initially if she wanted to handle it herself or if she wanted me to go talk to somebody about it. Initially, she said she wanted to discuss with the teacher herself. So I left it for her to see if she was going to go about talking with someone. She didn't for a couple days, told her that we definitely needed to address it with someone. At that point in time, she said, please go ahead and reach out. And I sent an email.
And who did you reach out to?
I reached out to Mr. Fisher.
Okay. And what did you speak to Mr. Fisher about?
Discussed with him the behavior that had happened in the classroom.
Okay. And I don't know if you have in the binder I believe under the protective order, this is appropriate, showing witness a confidential document. Would you agree to show her the sub list so she can identify the teacher?
Let me go, I'll just go there and get it.
Okay.
Just it.
Sure.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm gonna thumb through here and just get the right document that he wants to ask you about. And she has teacher exhibit 1 for the record.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So if you look at teacher exhibit 1, at the bottom there are page numbers. If you could turn to page number 0240.
Okay.
Is the substitute that your daughter reported this behavior about, is that person on this list?
Yes.
Does it concern you that he's still on the district substitute list?
Very much so.
Did you ask Mr. Fisher to do anything with regard to this substitute?
I had made note that not only did I have a daughter at the middle school, but I also have a daughter at the high school, and I was very uncomfortable with him being around really any of my children.
And did Mr. Fisher say he would do anything in response to these allegations?
He said that there was a guarantee that he would not be substituting at the middle school and that he would discuss with other administration on whether or not he would be substituting at any of the other schools.
Are you familiar with the reason why we're here today, the allegations against Ms. Barlow?
Yes. Yes.
How have you been made aware of those allegations?
I had heard more or less. She had told me after the fact my daughter had heard rumors through the school, but.
So as a parent in this district, do you feel that termination was appropriate for Ms. Barlow's conduct?
Not for the verbal, no, especially not. As a parent dealing with a termination over a verbal display and knowing that there's someone who's still on a list who was allowed to touch my daughter just bothers me deeply.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
Ma'am, I want to ask you about this situation with the sub. You said that the individual touched your daughter's thigh.
The back of Rooney ran his hand up the back of his leg.
And you reported that immediately.
It was within a 2-day time frame whenever she had
So it
told me.
It wasn't immediately, it was 2 days later.
Because I had asked my daughter if she would like to tell the teacher herself, because I like to ask my kids if they want to take the lead on reporting and being independent and standing up for themselves.
And so you made sure your daughter immediately reported it.
I asked if she wanted to. She said that she did want to, but she did not follow through. So I made sure that she was good with me going and talking to the principal about it and then made the report.
Once you made the report, has that substitute ever been back in the building?
Not within the middle school, no.
And do you have any understanding of what the employment relationship looks like for subs? Have you ever been a substitute teacher?
I have not.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Porter, Mr. Klein?
No rejoin.
Thank you. I believe we can release Ms. Carr. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Mr. Ponderer, will be our next witness. Oh. No, I don't. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right here.
The court reporter will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Could you please state your name for the court reporter?
Tom Wander,
And what is your occupation?
farmer,
And how long have you been a farmer?
all my life.
And do you have a student in is one of your children a student in Cameron High School or Cameron School District?
No, not anymore.
Did you previously have a student in the district?
I had two.
And how long ago did you leave the district?
A year and a half.
Were either of your kids taught by Ms. Barlow?
Yes,
What was your experience of Ms. Barlow as a teacher?
good teacher.
You mentioned that you left the district. Can you tell us what spurred you to leave the district?
These problems right here with school board, just everything. Some of the teachers.
Was there a particular individual that was causing problems for your kids?
Yeah,
Without identifying the individual, what kind of problems was that individual causing for your kids?
you could say bullying and calling names to other kids, and is a toxic environment. And no kid should have to go through that.
Did you experience this individual using foul language with your son?
He never did it to him exactly, but I've heard him do it on the sidelines, in the huddles, and the teams.
Mr. Flynn? I'm sorry, it's difficult to direct here.
I understand. We're trying not to single out Mr. Bonner, so therefore, just try to stay in general as you can.
Okay. So you witnessed this activity at school functions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And were your children around this individual at a lot of school functions?
Yes.
Did you ever experience this individual using sexualized language with your son?
Not directly to him, but to other students.
Okay. And can you tell me what this individual has said that you were?
Run fast so you could catch the girl, act like the girl is naked in front of you. And would anybody in their right mind want to have their kid taught by somebody like that?
So did this individual impact your son's ability to focus on his education?
No, because my son is a good kid, and he didn't let it bother him, but he saw other kids being bullied and degraded and made fun of.
that's why my wife and I took him out of this school district.
So was it primarily this individual's conduct that caused you
Yes.
to leave the school district?
Yes.
Did you ever report this conduct to anyone in the administration?
Yes, I did, multiple times.
Who did you report this conduct to?
Andy Lockridge.
All right, and is she here tonight?
I don't think so.
Did she provide a response to you about the issues you raised?
I talked to her many times about what was going on, and I feel that she let my son down. She didn't protect him, and that's why we moved him out of that school district. And I don't know why anybody would let their kids be taught or coached by somebody like that. And you all know it.
I have no further questions for Mr. Bunker.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Mr. Martin.
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Bonner, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Tanya O'Boyle. You can stand and the court reporter will swear you in.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
You can sit down now. You don't have to stand. Could you state your name for the court reporter?
Tanya O'Boyle,
And what is your occupation?
librarian.
And do you work for the Cameron School District?
I do
Which school do you work at?
at the high school.
Do you have any children who are students in the district?
Yes,
And what grades are they in?
5th and 10th.
And was your 10th grader taught by Ms. Barlow?
Yes,
And what is your experience of Ms. Barlow as a teacher?
no issues that I recall.
And just to clarify, you are here testifying today because of a subpoena that was served on you, isn't that right?
Yes,
All right. Do you have a student who's involved in extracurricular activities?
I do.
And we're talking about a specific extracurricular activity. Do you know which activity I'm talking about?
I believe so.
Okay. How long has your student been involved in that activity?
At high school,
Their whole life.
4 years.
Okay. Did they have experience in this activity prior to high school?
Yes,
What was their experience prior to high school with the educators who were involved in that extracurricular activity?
supportive.
Okay. Was the experience for that activity different in high school?
It has become that way.
During this extracurricular activity, have you witnessed the use of foul language at school events?
Yes,
Have you been to events where vulgar music was being played?
yes,
Was there a justification provided for why this educator allowed this music to be played?
it was student choice.
What kind of language was being used in this music?
N-word,
Was that concerning to you?
yes.
And why was that concerning?
So promoted as a family event. There were toddlers there, there were grandparents there.
Were there any other school-sponsored events related to this extracurricular activity where you witnessed foul language being used?
Yes,
Would that have been this semester?
yes,
Were you able to hear this individual use foul language at this event?
yes,
Has the individual that is an educator for this extracurricular activity, does he use this kind of foul language with your child?
yes.
What kind of things have been said to your child by this educator?
You are the fucking reason we are fucking losing this game.
When did you find out about this educator using this kind of language with your child?
After that activity, October 3rd,
And did you meet with this individual to raise these concerns?
my husband did.
And why did you meet with the individual directly?
That is the way it is portrayed that you should do it.
Is there an established chain of command for raising issues with this individual?
I think you meet there first.
And then if that issue isn't resolved, is there someone after that you raise the issue with?
I don't know.
So did you not escalate the issue beyond that initial conversation with this individual?
An administrator was present at the meeting.
Okay. To your knowledge, was anything done after you raised these concerns?
I don't know.
Are you aware of the reason that the district is considering terminating Ms. Barlow?
I believe so.
How were you made aware of the allegations against Ms. Barlow?
I was called.
Who told you?
There's gossip happens.
In your experience as a teacher in Cameron School District, are there steps of discipline before termination?
I believe you could be written up.
Would that be like a written warning?
I think so.
All right, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Pine. Mr. Martin?
Miss or Mrs. Wood?
Mrs. is fine.
Thank you. I'm Dwayne Martin. I represent the administration in this matter. We've not met, right?
Right.
I always like to make sure it was staff members because I don't know if I didn't have or not. I just have a couple of questions for you. Have you ever refused to follow a specific administrative directive?
I have not refused to follow a directive.
And are you aware of any other staff members who have refused to follow a specific administrative directive?
I'm not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Pine?
I have no more questions for Ms. O'Boyle. You're free to leave. Anyhow.
Thank you, Mrs. Wood.
Cassie Pope. I don't know. Oh, is she not here yet? Oh, okay. I may need to speak to her about the anonymity issue, if that's all right. Okay. Talk to me out here for a second.
Mhm.
All right, you could stand here. The court reporter will swear you in.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear. Okay.
No Kleenexes here. No Kleenexes in here.
I don't. Ms. Pope, could you please state your name for the record?
Cassie Pope Pajon,
And what is your occupation?
teacher.
All right. And do you work for the Cameron School District?
I do.
And what school do you work at?
The building I'm at is Cameron Intermediate.
And how many years have you been a teacher?
Certified 10,
And how many years has that been in Cameron School District?
5.
And do you have any children who are students in the district?
Currently 2,
And what grades are they in?
8 in preschool.
Is your 8th grader in Ms. Barlow's class?
Mhm.
What is your experience of Ms. Barlow as a teacher?
All fantastic things. My daughter is a struggling math student. She came home to me saying she finally felt like she was getting math, bringing a dry erase marker into the bathroom in the mornings when we get ready for school, doing math on the mirror, that she's finally found a math teacher that makes her not feel dumb in math class.
Since Ms. Barlow has been suspended, has your daughter's experience in math class changed?
Yes. Miserable. She comes home crying.
Do you have any students or kids who are no longer in the district?
Yes.
Why are they no longer in the district?
He graduated last year.
Okay. Now, was your son involved in any extracurricular activities?
Mm-hmm.
Was he involved in a specific extracurricular activity?
Yes.
And how long was he engaged in that specific extracurricular activity?
Since it was offered.
How old was he when he started?
4 or 5 years old.
And did you have experience with educators involved with this extracurricular activity prior to high school?
No.
Did you know the people that were, in charge of these extracurricular activities?
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of the character of those individuals?
Yes.
And were those people good influences on your son?
Yes.
Did you have the same experience with that activity in high school?
In the beginning, maybe a little bit.
Was there a different educator in charge of that
Mm-hmm.
extracurricular activity at the
Yes.
time? Was that just the first year then that educator was?
Sophomore, junior, senior year for him.
Okay, the individual that.
That we're not naming.
Yeah. So did you notice a difference in your son when that individual began as
Yep. Yes.
leader in that extracurricular activity?
Yes.
Was there a particular incident that raised concerns with that individual?
Yes.
Did that person give your son advice after a breakup?
Yes.
What was the advice that was given to your son?
He asked my son, "Who's her best friend?" And my son said, "What?" He asked him again, "Who's her best friend?" And Marcus said the best friend's name, and he said, "Go fuck her best friend."
Did you think that was appropriate for an educator to say to your student? After this incident, did you have further concerns about this individual?
Yes.
Sorry, for the court reporter's sake,
Yes.
verbally, yes, no. I apologize. Did your son later tell you about concerning conduct that was happening during this extracurricular activity.
Yes.
How did it first come up?
I noticed that he was pulling away from team activities that were offered outside of school hours, outside of practice time.
Did you ask him why he was pulling away from those extracurricular activities?
Yes, in fact, I was forcing him to go as, you know, with our teenagers, trying to figure it out, what was going on.
Yeah. Did he open up to you about what was going on in that activity?
Yes.
What kind of things did he express to you that were going on? And I'll remind you, try and keep it as general as possible while being as specific as you can be. Yeah.
Name calling to other students, verbally out loud amongst the remainder of the group.
And this was statements made by the educator to students?
Yes. Posting grades in the classroom attached with specific student names, so classmates could compare scores.
And to be clear, we're not specifically talking about a classroom, but a public place that these individuals practice this extracurricular activity.
Mm-hmm. Can I say locker room?
Is the locker room too far?
It'll be promoted.
Did this educator reach out to you about your son?
Yes, he did.
For what reason did he reach out to you?
He had a bad attitude. He was being lazy, and he's weak.
And what did he tell you? Did he tell you about, sorry, scratch that. Did he speak to you about people your son was hanging out with?
Yes.
Did he, what did he say about those individuals?
He called me outside of school time on my personal line and said that I need to stop allowing my son to hang out with another particular student, and that he wouldn't let his son touch that child with a 10-foot pole.
Did this individual ever punish your son?
Yes.
This is a tough one. Did you complain about the severity of these punishments?
Yes.
Who did you complain to?
The coaches, administration, all the way up.
Did you bring those complaints to the school board?
Yes, I did.
Did your son eventually stop being a participant in this extracurricular activity?
Yes.
How did you find out that how did that come about?
My son told me that he thought he was going to be voted separately voted to be off the group.
Was that vote done by other members of that group?
Yes.
Was that done at the direction of a particular educator?
Yes.
What was your reaction when you found out that this happened?
I was upset because a decision was made without the contact of the parent. There was no formal conversation. There was no meeting. It was a choice made within an hour of his disliking or disapproval.
And you mentioned that you spoke to administration. Who specifically did you meet with in administration other than the individual?
Athletic director. accompanied by the individual.
Okay. Did you have other meetings further up the chain of command?
Yes.
Who did you meet with after that?
Next was high school administration, also accompanied by the first two in the first meeting.
Okay. And after you had these two meetings, did anything change about the conduct at this
No.
activity?
No.
Did you escalate your complaints to the superintendent?
Yes.
And what did you express to Superintendent Robinson?
The safety, the mental well-being of my son, who had big plans to extend that activity.
And what was Superintendent Robinson's response when you raised these issues?
We held a meeting along with, and Marcus's father was also in attendance to all meetings. I followed a chain of command.
Mhm.
I went next to closed session.
Well, did Superintendent Robinson tell you if he would do anything about this individual?
No.
Why not?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know.
Did he express to you why?
Your objection has been noted for the record to be taken under advisement.
Did he express to you why he couldn't do anything?
He's not the coach.
So you mentioned you requested a closed session with the board, is that right?
Mhm. Yes.
What kind of information did you present to the board there?
I had pictures of his hands after his punishment. I had been notified that he was directed without asking me or his father to write apology letters for fouling to that team's ref.
Sorry. Maybe I don't know if we're too close. I apologize. This is difficult to dance around, but
Not using any names.
um,
I mean, I brought everything
uh-huh.
that I could collect.
Did you raise concerns about the kind of discipline that was being given out at these activities?
I did.
And did the board do anything in response to your complaint?
They asked were, I brought some news stories. They asked were those from Cameron, and I said, no, not yet.
What were the, as general as you can be, what were the news stories in relation to?
Those types of educators who also coached were terminated for causing physical harm to students. For doing the same, having those kids do the same. That
Similar
my son-
punishments?
Exactly the same. Not similar, exactly.
And did anything change with the activity, the extracurricular activity that as far as you know?
No.
And are those board members that you had that closed session with, are they sitting here today?
Mm-hmm. Not all of them.
Do you know why the school board is considering terminating Ms. Barlow?
Yeah, I've heard.
Objection calls for speculation.
Your objection has been noted for the record to be taken under advisement.
And how have you been made aware of why Ms. Barlow is being considered for termination?
First, my daughter said she was missing in class. She told me.
Ms. Barlow told you?
Yes.
Okay. Knowing the allegations, do you think that termination is appropriate discipline for that?
No.
Why not?
I feel like her voicing that was out of concern, trying to protect.
And do you think this individual that we've been discussing involved with this extracurricular activity has, in your mind, violated school board policy?
Numerous times.
To your knowledge, has he faced similar discipline?
None.
I have.
Mr. Klein, Mr. Martin?
Thank you. Are you aware of any other staff members who have refused to follow a specific administrative directive?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Klein?
I have, sorry. Okay. I have no further questions for you. You're free to either hang out or head home. You're released.
Thank you, Mrs. Pope.
Carly Erickson. If you stand there, the court reporter will swear you in.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Could you state your name for the court reporter?
Carly Erickson,
And what is your occupation?
teacher.
And what school do you work at?
Cameron Intermediate School.
And do you have children who are students in the district?
I do.
And what grades are they in?
11th grade, kindergarten, and preschool.
Did any of your students have Miss Barlow as a teacher?
Yes.
And what was your experience of Miss Barlow as a teacher?
All good things. No complaints.
We've been talking about a specific extracurricular activity as well as an educator that is associated with that extracurricular activity. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. Do you have a child who is involved in this extracurricular activity?
Previously involved. No longer is.
Is your student still a student at the district?
Yes.
Okay. Did your son have any issues with this individual?
Not personally.
Did you personally witness anything that raised concerns for you about this individual?
Yes.
What kind of things were concerning to you?
Personally witnessing screaming, vulgar cussing at,
School-sponsored events.
yes, and directed at individual children or the entire group of children involved.
Okay. Were you aware of any sexualized language being used with students by this individual?
Yes.
What kind of things did you hear this individual say?
Telling a child to fuck his ex-girlfriend's best friend.
And when you had these concerns with this individual, did you raise those concerns with that individual?
No.
Did you write a letter to the school board about this individual?
I did.
I had 5, do you know? I had 5, teachers did have 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what I have marked as teacher exhibit 5. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
This is the letter that was originally addressed to the leader of the extracurricular activity that I instead sent to the school board.
I'd like to not, but I'm assuming that you're going to raise the objection. Sure, sure. Sure. So I'd like to offer this exhibit into evidence as teacher exhibit 5.
What I'd like to make clear is, for the record, that I think this is appropriately marked confidential. It's not currently marked confidential. Should be marked confidential and subject to the protective order. If you
This document was not produced pursuant to the protective order. This is something that Ms. Erickson produced that she retains.
I'm going to object to his lack of relevance, lack of foundation, and should not be admitted into evidence because I don't know anything about this.
Ms. Erickson has testified to the foundation of the document, and we have already discussed the necessity of discussing this conduct as showing the policy application to employees is arbitrary.
So with that, teacher exhibit 5 will be added to the confidentiality due to what is produced in the document. And we will take Mr. Martin's objection noted under the record and taken under advisement.
Have you been made aware of why the board is considering Ms. Barlow's termination?
Yes,
And how have you been made aware of the allegations against Ms. Barlow?
from Miss Barlow.
Do you think the discipline here is appropriate for what Ms. Barlow did?
No.
Given your knowledge of this individual and the extracurricular activity, and comparing that to Ms. Barlow, do you think teachers in this district are treated equally?
No,
Based on what you know of this individual, do you believe that they have violated school board policy?
I would say so when he told a child that he was a fucking waste of oxygen and a cancer to the group of extracurricular.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
Ma'am, are you aware of any staff members who have refused to follow a specific administrative directive?
Not a specific administrative directive.
And no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Klein?
I have no further questions for this witness. You are released. You're welcome to stay.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Thank you, Mrs. Erickson.
Dr. Haggard. If you could stand there, the court reporter will swear you in.
Just a moment. Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
the piece of paper. that
Oh,
was-
yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So we were adding that to confidentiality.
Yeah, if
Sorry.
you can hand it to
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Thank you very much.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Haggard, could you state your name for the record?
Thatcher Haggard.
And are you a student at Cameron School District?
Yes, sir.
And what grade are you in?
11th grade.
All right. We have been talking about a specific extracurricular activity tonight. Are you familiar with what that extracurricular activity is?
Yes.
And were you involved in that extracurricular activity?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you have experience with educators who led this extracurricular activity before high school?
Yes.
And what were your experience with those individuals?
Before high school, I didn't get to.
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry, I warned you.
Before high school, I didn't get to interact much with them. But as far as it goes, it wasn't much talking to them as far as that. But
Okay. Did you have a different experience with the high school educator that was involved in this extracurricular activity?
yes,
What kind of things have you heard this individual say?
a lot of vulgar language. Am I allowed to swear on this?
Did he use that language directed at students?
Yes,
Did he ever direct that language at you?
yes, yes.
What specifically did he say to you?
One that's very recalling my memory was during a football game, and
Sorry, extracurricular activity. I don't know. I'm trying to do my best here. Sorry. So during a school-sponsored event, he said something to you.
yes,
Okay, and what was that?
that's your motherfucking hacker was what was said.
Okay. Did this individual ever invite students to his personal home?
Yes,
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
How did you know about him inviting students to his house for dinner?
during when it was talked about to other
This group
the
of
group. Yes,
this people that were involved in this. And were you penalized for not going to this individual's personal home on a weeknight?
yes.
Did this individual tell you you could no longer be involved in this extracurricular activity?
Yes,
Did he tell you that there was a specific person that was responsible for him not being allowed or not allowing you to continue?
yes.
And who did he point to as a problem?
He referenced my mom. as
What was his issue with your mom?
that the views didn't align and that there was too much conflict.
I'm sorry. There was too much conflict. You
So
said.
much conflict to be able for me to keep going with the extracurricular activity.
Were you aware that your mother was complaining about this individual?
Yes,
All right. Are you still involved in that extracurricular activity?
not anymore.
Are you? Is that due to this individual?
Yes,
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Ms. Martin?
That's right. My name's Dwayne Martin. I represent the administration in this matter. I just have a few questions for you. Are you familiar with the hairstyle that involves bubble braids?
yes,
And would you say that that's pretty prevalent in that high school?
yeah,
A lot of girls wear them.
yeah.
And has your mom ever referred to those as anal beads to you?
No,
Are you familiar with the allegation that your mother used that terminology with one of your fellow students? You're familiar with that?
yes, I'm familiar with it.
And in fact, you apologized to that student for what your mom did.
I never apologized. We talked about it, but I didn't apologize for what my mom said because I didn't have to as a person.
You didn't think you had to as a person, is that what you said? I'm sorry, I'm having a little problem hearing you.
I'm sorry, but I didn't think that I had to apologize for it.
I have no further questions for you, Thatcher. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Mr. Klein?
A few more. Mr. Martin brought up that you spoke to the student that your mother made this comment to. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you talked to that student about?
I talked to that student about how they were feeling about it and what they thought about it.
Mm-hmm. Did they tell you their concerns about?
I'm an object to it. Calling for hearsay, not foundation.
He had
noted for the record,
conversation with her.
and will be taken under.
Asking him for the truth of the matter of service as to what she felt. I think that's
Yeah, it's. What was it that did she express to you how she felt about the situation?
That she hoped that my mom wasn't mad at her and that she still really likes my mom and that she loved her as a teacher and that she didn't mean for any of the allegations to happen.
What was that last part? I couldn't quite hear you.
And any of this to happen to my mom.
All right, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
Did she add anything else about the other student?
No.
She didn't indicate that she was angry that your mom had done this?
No.
Sorry. Oh.
I'm-
Okay.
I have no further
I have no further questions either. You're free to go, free to hang out.
Thank you, Mr. Haggard.
If we could take a brief recess, I have my last witness, which will be Ms. Barlow, and then we can be done for the evening.
No, I've got one rebuttal.
Oh, okay, all right, well, our case in chief will be done after Ms. Barlow, but I would like to take a recess if that would be, if the board would be okay with that.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. 5 minutes goes over on the board. 5-minute recess. It is currently 9:25. We will start promptly at 9:30.
I saw you.
Right now, and algebra teacher.
And which school do you work at?
Cameron Veterans Middle School,
And how long have you been a teacher there?
and 6 years.
And do you have kids who are students in the district?
Yes,
Did one of them testify tonight?
yes,
And then do you have another student in the district as well? What grade are they in?
yes, freshman.
Have either of your kids been involved in this extracurricular activity?
Yes, both of them.
And are you familiar with the individual?
Yes.
All right. When did you first meet this individual?
When Thatcher was in 8th grade.
What was the purpose of the meeting with this individual? Was it orientation for this extracurricular activity?
It was in regards to in regards to Sundays.
What was this individual asking students to do on Sundays?
We give up their time for practice for this extracurricular activity away from their families.
And did you have an issue with this?
Yes.
Why?
When I spoke with this individual, I told them that Sundays, my husband and ex-husband, I'm divorced, and Sundays are very important to me, being that I only get my son every other weekend. He was 14 years old at the time, and only having him every other weekend and taking that time away from me was very important to me.
When you told him that you didn't want your son to do this, what was his response?
You'll get a lot of gray hair for worrying about your kid.
Did you eventually let your son go to this activity on Sundays?
I eventually did his sophomore year. The other admin walked right past, didn't say anything, walk into my classroom and grab chairs and set them down.
How did you feel about what they were doing?
And it was definitely intimidation.
And what was the conversation that you then had with these individuals?
They were upset that I didn't come directly to them about the point system and the academics, and want to know why I didn't come directly to them. And I explained that the conflict was only 10 days away, and I knew that this is something that should have been handled, and it required immediate attention.
Okay. Was there, did the individual or Principal Lanigan provide a resolution to this point system issue?
Yes, they offered offered a remedy of taking the health class online so that my son could go to both events.
Were you happy with that resolution?
Yes.
Did you or your husband file a complaint with the Missouri State High School Activities Association?
Yes.
What led you to filing the first MSHA complaint that you filed against this individual?
The activity performance was not as expected, and the individual made the comment that if you were effing here, or if you were working here on Sundays, you would know what to do.
Was that comment made to your son?
Yes.
So was your MSHA complaint about this point system requirement?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a MSHA report that my husband filed.
Did you assist him in preparing this report?
Yes.
Did you share this MSHA report with the district?
Yes.
Did you get any response from the district about this report?
No.
Did anything change about the individual's point system?
It was taken down, but remodified and renamed.
Okay. So the individual stopped the point system?
Stopped it, but then I believe a new document was created in a different format, a different name. Players would move up and down on this list versus having a point.
Was that hierarchy, was that hidden from parents?
Yes, it was posted in locker rooms.
Your son testified to a meeting with this individual at the end of his first semester doing this academic or this extracurricular activity. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
What took place at that meeting?
The individual told my son and that he's a great athlete, he's a great sports, but his
mother's values don't align to his, and he needed to find a different sport to play.
Did your son continue engaging in that extracurricular activity?
Yes.
During his sophomore year?
His sophomore year, yes.
And did things improve with that educator and that extracurricular activity?
In the beginning of the year,
It was a little bit better.
a little bit better at the beginning.
Did you overhear him speaking to your son in an inappropriate way?
Yes.
What did you hear was said?
He called my son Thatcher, motherfucking Haggard. Get your head in the game.
What was your reaction to that?
I was appalled.
Did you speak to any students about that statement?
Yes.
Was the student that spoke to you about that statement, was that the one that you made this comment about her hair?
Yes.
Mr. Klein, I have one question about Teacher Exhibit 6.
Sure.
Is it listed under confidential?
It is, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to verify that due to the nature of the document.
Right, yeah. Yes, it is. I'd like to offer, sorry, I moved on before I'd like to offer Teacher Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Objection relevance.
Your objection has been noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
What was your reaction to hearing this individual use that language with your son?
I was appalled. I was upset.
Did that eventually lead you to filing another mission report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this?
The second mission report that complaint that my husband and I filed.
And did you assisted your husband in preparing this report?
Yes.
Was this report about the point system that was being used?
No.
What was the substance of the report?
This one was the unsportsmanlike conduct and the cruel and unusual punishment.
Did you also raise issues with unqualified individuals participating in the
Yes.
the extracurricular activity?
Yes.
Did you attempt to reach out to the board about this new mission complaint?
Yes.
Did you request a closed session in front of the board?
Yes.
I'd like to offer Teacher Exhibit 7 into evidence. Under seal, it's confidential.
Objection, relevance, lack of foundation.
I don't think lack of foundation is appropriate. She said she prepared it.
Not signed by her.
She testified to.
Your objection has been noted for the record and be taken under advisement.
At the closed session with the board, did you raise any other issues about this extracurricular activity?
We raised several other issues than the foul language to my son. We requested an audit
An audit of what?
of the fundraising account.
What were your concerns about the fundraising account?
They had raised a great deal amount of money and still requesting parents to 3 times a week supply food for our individuals.
Did you get any response from the board as a result of this meeting?
No,
And to your knowledge, were there any changes to this extracurricular activity?
No.
Did your son participate in that activity the following year?
he quit his junior year.
Is your other son involved in this activity?
His freshman year, yes.
Has he been affected by the requirements this individual has on participating in that activity?
Yes.
How does that affect him?
The requirements and the strain put on him, he's a freshman, 14 years old. It's a lot of time to request out of a freshman to be committing to so many events. He wants to impress, so young boys want to impress those coaches so they can play. So we allowed him also to go to those Sunday practices. Then more requirements came to, again, hang out with peers at a local restaurant. And it continues.
Do you have your concerns about your children continuing to participate in this activity while this individual is still involved?
I do.
Turn to the statement of charges, the allegations that he raised against you. The incident that's been talked about, do you remember what day that happened?
It was a Wednesday, the 27th, I believe.
Okay. And do you remember which class period this incident happened in?
6th hour.
And in that class period, are all of your students 8th graders?
No.
Is one of your students not an 8th grader?
No, 18 years old, 18, A+ student.
Okay. And what is that student's role in your class?
We were still trying to figure out that dynamics. It hadn't been very long because that student had requested to come to my class. So I hadn't filled out the abilities yet because I wasn't quite sure.
Did you have this student as a 8th grader?
Yes.
Okay. Had you kept up with her since she left your class?
No, just ran into her here and there.
Did she experience any bullying in your class?
Yes.
What kind of things did you notice?
When we were up at when I had the students up at the boards and I asked to go help, and the individual was unable to help them, and
The student that we're discussing.
the student we're discussing, and the other student was like, I can't believe you can't do this. You know, you're a senior, you should know how to do this. You're dumb.
Mm-hmm. So on the day that this happened, what was going on in the class?
We were up at the whiteboards.
Did the student ask you about anything?
Asked what I thought about her hair.
And can you describe what her hair was like that day?
It's an extension that was in her hair. It's bubble braids that was clipped into her own hair.
So it was like a hair extension.
A hair extension.
Okay.
Yes.
Had you heard this hairstyle described before?
Yes.
How had you heard that talked about before, that hairstyle?
A couple of years ago, the softball girls were bullying each other about this hairstyle.
And what were they saying about that hairstyle?
The 8th graders were calling it anal beads hairstyle.
And the 8th graders that you observed doing that, were they still students in the district?
No, they would be 10th graders now.
So they were in high school.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're not in the middle school. Sorry.
Sure. So she asked you what you thought about her hairstyle. What did you tell her?
I told her that an 8th grader told me what it was.
And how did she respond to that?
She's like, what do you mean? And I told her again, it's not nice. They're mean. And she asked, what is it? And I pulled her off to the side, and I whispered to her, anal bead hairstyle.
Why did you feel the need to tell her this in the moment?
Because the bullying, that there has been previous bullying specifically about that hairstyle. I have had, and we had just had a conversation about when she was in 8th grade, that her classmates were very mean that year. In fact, our 8th grade team, said that team was the kids that went through that year were the meanest kids that had gone through our grade level. They were bullies.
So after you told her this, what was her response?
She said, oh yeah, I remember. They're mean.
Sorry, about the hairstyle.
Oh,
What
the
did she say
hairstyle.
about that?
I'm sorry. About the hairstyle. Her response to the hairstyle, when I told it to her, she goes, I'm going back to short hair.
And what was your response to that?
There was a kind of chuckle, and I'm like, it's not funny. I told you, 8th graders are mean.
The following day, did anything happen during your class?
No, everything was normal.
Did that student wear the same hairstyle the following day?
Yes.
On August 29th, you were pulled into an investigatory interview, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you get pulled into Principal Fisher's office?
I always eat lunch with the students, so he knew I'd be walking by. And when I was walking with the students to the lunchroom is when he asked me to step in his office.
Did he tell you what the meeting was
No.
about? How did the meeting progress?
We walked in, Felicia Lim walked behind me, shut the door, and she stood directly behind me. And I sat down, and Mr. Fisher sat in front of me, told me to have a seat. I sat down. He held up a piece of paper, and he said, I'm going to read to you from this paper, okay? And you could tell he was nervous too. And when he read from the paper, he said that I made an inappropriate comment, violated policy, and that I needed to write a statement.
And when you were asked to write a statement, did you request to speak to a union representative?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Fisher's response?
He said no.
Did you attempt to call your union rep?
At that moment, I didn't. But when I was still in the building, when Mr. Fisher escorted me to my classroom to get my belongings, I tried to call them then.
Okay. But at that point, by the time you called your union rep, had Mr. Fisher already warned you that you were refusing an administrative directive?
He never said that.
He never told you that you were refusing an
Correct.
administrative directive.
Correct. When I was writing my statement, I asked, what if I don't write this statement? And his response to me was he couldn't advise me on that.
And did you ultimately write a statement?
I began to, yes.
And why didn't you finish?
As I was writing, I noticed the documentation that he was reading from. He did put it down, and it had the black and gold letterhead on it. I immediately knew that this, was not a good outcome, that I was already being judged before I even was asked my side.
Did you feel like this instance was being handled differently than other complaints of?
Most definitely.
Did you receive any reassurance that administration would consider your side of the story?
No.
And have you been on administrative leave since that investigatory interview?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a lot of time to think?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you wish you could have done differently?
Most definitely. I do regret saying those words.
Do you think that termination is an appropriate discipline for what you said?
No.
Why not?
I had no malice towards it. I had no harm. Didn't mean anything malicious towards her. I was only to protect my own children have been maliciously treated. That person is still employed.
Do you feel like discipline is being handled consistently by this administration?
No, sir.
I'd like to hand you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 8. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's my summative evaluations.
And what are summative evaluations?
It's our teacher's end of the year evaluation for how we've been a teacher for the year. How we've, our curriculum, how we've handled our curriculum, how we've handled our teaching, how we've,
How often are these performed?
once a year.
And who performs these evaluations?
The administration principal.
So the principal of your specific building?
Yes.
What do these summative evaluations represent, in regards to your performance as a teacher?
The first one is my first year teaching, and they represent the growth of me as a teacher from the time that I started 5 years ago till now, to last year's evaluation of me.
Have your scores consistently improved every year?
Yes, sir.
Are there any particular assessments from administrators that you found meaningful?
Yes. The last administrator, Mr. Stickle, gave me a very high regard on his comments.
Is this on page 0421?
Yes, sir.
And what was it that he pointed out about your performance?
He'd seen tremendous growth, and I'd taken to developing my craft over the summer and implementing building thinking classrooms. It's a new style of teaching that I have implemented recently, and it had great success last year. Dedicated, and he'd be excited to look at the progress. And I also made a huge commitment to build relationships with students and be more proactive and then reactive. I've taken the time to eat lunch with students and has focused on picking her battles and being more positive.
Had you received other feedback from Principal Stickle?
I have.
I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
This is a compilation of the note cards that Mr. Stickle will leave after coming through the classroom, or any other notes that he felt deemed worthy, and he would leave it in our mailboxes.
Do any particular notes that Stickle left you stick out to you?
There's a couple on the first page. You know, he enjoyed when you discussed that mistakes are okay. And as long as you try, this isn't just an important message for school, but life. And then the one on the very last page. Rachel, thank you for putting trust in me and listening to suggestions. I know things I ask don't always come easy, but you made an effort, and I'm thrilled by the growth you made through your hard work and desire to learn. Jove.
Did you feel like Principal Stickle offered to help you improve as an educator?
100%.
Did you also receive notes from students?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Teacher Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this?
Over the years, these are notes that students have given me, either from either from teachers having them compose, thank you letters from other teachers, or any letters that students have given me.
Are there any in particular that are special to you?
Yeah, the one on the front.
Why is this one special?
Says Miss Barlow, thanks for helping me with math and everything.
And is the name on that the student that you made this comment to?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to submit 8, 9, and 10 teacher exhibit 8, 9, and 10 to the board. I don't know, I guess I don't know if there's technically identifiable information in 10. I'm willing to submit it under seal if we feel like that's necessary.
No objection from us.
Agree. All three documents are sealed.
I believe just the 10, not 8 and 9.
Oh, just 10?
8 and 9 were not subject to the protective order, and they are Ms. Barlow's personnel records and things related to Ms. Barlow.
So just 10?
9.
Just 10, 8 and 9 submitted, and then you don't want,
I don't want 9.
okay, so 9 under seal, 10 under seal, 8.
There's a student's name here.
Oh, okay, all right, there's,
So 9 and 10 under confidentiality seal, 8.
And we don't want summative evaluations under seal.
Yeah, you can, I'm good.
it's her personal records.
Yes. So
8 no, 9 and 10 yes.
8 no, 9 and 10 yes, under seal.
But I'll accept it.
Yes.
Admitted,
Okay.
And
awesome.
yes.
yes.
Great. Do you have anything else you'd like to say to the board as they consider whether or not to terminate you?
I do. I made a mistake. And I have always taught your students, my students, to always be honest and have integrity and stand up. When you've made the mistakes, to own up. I lived by that. Didn't hide from it from day one. But from day one, I felt like I was being attacked and I was already judged before I was even asked for a statement. I do regret making that statement. But I want you to know there was no malice. There was no intention to make her or anybody feel any type of discomfort. I just wanted to let you know that.
I have no further questions for Ms. Barlow at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ma'am, on August 27th, you were teaching a 6-hour math class, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were students in the classroom at that time, 8th grade students specifically,
Yes, sir.
and there was also a senior.
Yes, sir.
Student A is what we've been referring to her, correct?
Yes.
And you made a comment to that student about her hairstyle during that class, correct?
Correct.
And you compared that student's hairstyle to a sex toy.
No.
Okay. You referred to anal beads, correct?
Correct.
What are anal beads?
I don't talk about it. I didn't. It's a descriptive word.
Okay, what does it describe?
Anal, rectum, beads, marbles.
With respect to bullying, you indicated that you were concerned about her being bullied.
Correct.
Okay. You never witnessed her being bullied about her hair, did you?
No.
Never.
No.
And when you directed that comment to the student, there were other students present, but they didn't hear.
Correct.
You're aware that the district policy prohibits inappropriate language with students from a staff member, correct?
Correct.
And you've indicated that you believe that that was a mistake
Correct.
and that you regret it.
Correct.
And even though that's the case, you've never apologized to that student.
I haven't been allowed the opportunity.
Ma'am, you had her in class the very next day, did you not?
She wasn't offended by it.
My question was, you had her in class the very next day, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, after this incident 2 days later, you were asked to come into the office with Mr. Fisher, correct?
Correct.
And this issue You did not report to anybody in the administration.
No, sir.
And after this incident was reported and you met with Mr. Fisher, he gave you a specific directive to provide a written statement about what had happened.
Yes, sir.
And you understood that providing a statement was not optional, but was required.
No, sir.
When he told you that you were required to do
No,
this,
sir.
please let me finish the question. When he told you it was required and told you it would be a willful violation of policy if you failed to do it, you determined that that was optional.
No, sir. That statement was never made to me.
So have you reviewed Mr. Fisher's statement about what
It's not
happened?
his statement.
Okay, I understand that's your interpretation, but he testified earlier that it was. All right. You began to write a statement and then you stopped, correct?
Correct.
You got 3 or 4 sentences down?
Correct.
What'd you say in those 3 or 4 sentences?
That within my classroom, students were up at the board. And Summer was in my classroom. And that's as far as I got. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you decided to crumple that up and destroy that,
Yes, sir.
even though he had told you to provide a statement.
No, sir.
So you deny that he told you that you had to write out a written statement.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You're denying that he told you specifically that you had to write out a statement about what happened.
He requested, not demanded. He asked that you could write a statement.
He told you that it was an administrative directive.
No, sir.
Okay. And despite that warning, you still refused to provide an account.
There was no warning.
Okay. But you still refused to provide an account.
Correct.
And without that explanation, the administration, they really didn't have your perspective on what happened, did they?
No one verbally asked my opinion or not. Nobody asked what the situation, nobody asked from administration. Even when I met with Mr. Robinson, Mr. Fisher, nobody asked me the question verbally of, could you explain to me what happened?
No one asked you to write down a written account.
No.
Asked and answered.
No.
That's it.
You would agree that refusing to comply with an administrative directive undermines the authority of your principal and the board, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that the employee manual requires staff to comply with directives from supervisors and administrators?
Yes, sir.
And can you turn in the book to what's been marked as Exhibit 9? And specifically, the page that's marked PET 0492. You see that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Says, I acknowledge that I have received and reviewed the 25-26 employee manual. I understand the policies and guidelines of the Cameron School District, and violations of these policies and guidelines may result in disciplinary action up to and including termination of employee. You see that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And that's your signature below that?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Klein?
Mr. Martin asked you whether or not you had seen this student be bullied about her hair, and you answered no, right?
Correct.
Have you seen her be bullied about other things?
Yes.
Did you see her be bullied about other things during your class?
Yes.
And the following day, when Mr. Martin asked you why you didn't, or whether or not you apologized to the student, did you know that this student was hurt by your comment?
No. Acted normal. Everything was fine Thursday.
Did you report this incident?
No.
Why not?
I didn't think that at the time it was my only interest at the time was to protect her from the bullying. I didn't think the time that I was doing anything appropriate, trying to, and whispering to her, to an 18-year-old senior. At that time, I didn't think that it was malicious. I was only trying to help.
If you had known that she was hurt by this, would you have apologized to her?
Most definitely.
It was your testimony that Principal Fisher didn't tell you that providing a statement was an administrative directive. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did he tell you when you asked him what happens if I don't write a statement?
When I asked him what doesn't happen or what happens if I don't write a statement, his response to me was, I cannot advise you on that.
I have no more questions on the direct.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Martin?
Ma'am, you claim that you saw the student A being bullied
Yes.
in your classroom?
Yes.
And you reported that immediately? As
No.
you're required to by board policy, correct? You never reported any bullying, did you?
It was by her cousin.
You
Sir.
didn't? Ma'am, my question to you, you never reported?
No, sir. I did not report any bullying.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Martin? Mr. Klein?
Ms. Barlow, do all instances of bullying get reported to administration?
No, sir.
What influences the teacher's decision to not report?
I guess the same that the administration takes when they review a case. You weigh the options, you weigh the severity of the incident. And it coming from the cousin, yes, the cousin was picking on her and calling anybody dumb, whether it be family member or not. I did step in.
You did intervene?
Yes.
Did you think that intervening helped resolve the issue in your class?
Yes, I explained that math is, it's the saying is true. You don't use it, you lose it. And I stood up to her in front of the students and said, you need to give her a break. She hasn't done this. She needs time. She hasn't done math. It's not required your senior year. You know, I'm like, you will learn that you don't use something, you lose it. She can reteach, she can relearn.
All right, no more on regret.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
I have nothing further for this one.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Ms. Barlow.
Thank you.
The respondent rests our case, subject to the law.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Martin?
In the interest of time, we'll go ahead and produce any rebuttal evidence at this time.
At the conclusion of a hearing, a statement should be made that the parties have an opportunity to present closing arguments if they so desire. What is your preference?
We would prefer to make a closing argument.
As would we.
I do have one request. I have excluded a witness because I thought she might be a rebuttal witness. Once I realized that it was the case, I asked her to not come into the room. I would ask that she be permitted to return before we begin our closing arguments.
Granted.
No objection.
Request a short recess. We lost our audio or our video partway through that. We have audio, but I'd like to get video back up and going for the audience if you guys would permit that.
So at that rate, we'll take 5 minutes. Is Gina's 5 minutes
That
enough?
should be fine.
So we'll take a 5-minute recess. It is 10:22, so at 10:27 promptly.
And have those with the exhibits, but they will be separated and in a separate envelope that's marked confidential. I would ask Madam Court Reporter if there's any additional information that you need to execute that.
No, I think that, as long as they're separated out, I'll be able to mark this as confidential.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are both parties in agreement?
Yes.
All right. The board is reconvening this hearing at 10:28 p.m. Closing arguments may begin. Mr. Klein.
I believe it's the district's burden.
Mr. Martin.
I'm happy to go first.
Okay. So, Ms. Martin, you'll have 15 minutes. So our timer will start whenever I get one ready. Okay, Ms. Martin, whenever you start, I will start your timer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President and members of the board. Tonight, you are asked to make a decision that goes beyond the boundaries of a single inappropriate remark. This case is not just about what was said in the classroom. It is about the integrity of the district's authority and whether the district can expect certain standards of conduct from an educator entrusted with our students. The facts are clear. On August 27th, Mrs. Barlow made an inappropriate comment, unprofessional comment, a sexualized comment to a student during class. This alone is a serious breach of professional conduct and a violation of the standards set forth in the employee manual and your board policy. When this matter was reported to the administration, they talked to the students in the classroom to try to determine what had been said. Each of the students involved cooperated in the investigation and provided a statement. The administration next talked to Mrs. Barlow and received a lot less cooperation. A professional employee of the district, less cooperation than what they had from the students. Mrs. Barlow was given a direct, reasonable administrative directive by Principal Hadley Fisher. Provide a written account of the incident. This was not a suggestion, it was a requirement. An opportunity, even, for Mrs. Barlow to explain, to participate in a fair and transparent process. What makes this case fundamentally different from other instances of staff misconduct is not just the initial comment, but the willful refusal to comply with a clear, specific administrative directive. No one could cite any other person, any other staff member who has refused to follow a specific administrative directive. Mrs. Barlow was explicitly told that failure to provide a statement would constitute a willful violation of policy. Despite this, Mrs. Barlow chose defiance over accountability. Beginning to write, then stopping, crumpling the paper, and stating that she would not comply with the administrative directive, she would not cooperate in the investigation of this matter. This is not a case of misunderstanding, nor is it a momentary lapse of judgment. It's a deliberate refusal to cooperate with an investigation, an act that undermines the authority of the principal, the administration, and this board. The employee manual is unequivocal. Staff are required to comply with directives from supervisors and administrators, and failure to do so is grounds for disciplinary action up to and including termination. She was told at the time of her refusal that if she did not follow the reasonable administrative directive, it would be considered a willful violation of the board's policies and regulations, yet she refused. If a teacher in this district can simply refuse to participate in an investigation, the district loses its ability to protect students, uphold standards, and maintain the trust of families. The refusal to comply with an administrative directive is not just an act of defiance by an individual teacher, it's a direct threat to the district's ability to function in its integrity and accountability for wrongdoing. In closing, the conduct at issue is not only the inappropriate conduct, but the willful and unapologetic refusal to follow an appropriate directive from an administrator. This is what sets this case apart. It is not just about a single unprofessional remark, but about an act of defiance that cannot be tolerated if we are to maintain the standards the community expects of our teachers in the classroom and what our students deserve. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to uphold the administration's recommendation and terminate Mrs. Barlow's permanent teaching contract with you as a board. Our students, our staff, and our community deserve nothing less than accountability and adherence to the standards that keep our classrooms professional. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Klein, I will reset the timer and then. All right. Whenever you start, Mr. Klein, I will start the timer.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the Cameron School District School Board, first of all, I appreciate your time tonight. I understand that this is a later night and we all would rather be out at the school board meeting, but I appreciate your attentiveness and your willingness to look at and consider the evidence we presented as well as what the administration has presented. You have heard from numerous parents in this district who want Ms. Barlow teaching their students. Ms. Barlow wants to be in the classroom. She wants to be a teacher. The board, you've seen evidence tonight that you've already seen before about an individual in a different part of the school that that, as far as we know, is not on the chopping block like Ms. Barlow is. Counsel for the district has said that this stuff is irrelevant, but I would point you to look at the persistent violations of board policy that have come before the board already. Ms. Barlow has admitted to you in this session that she said what she said, and she admitted that she knew it was wrong, and when she found out that the student was hurt by the comment, she was crushed by it. And you saw during her testimony that she felt horrible about this, and she expressed her remorse about making the statement. Furthermore, you've heard Ms. Barlow express that she had an educational interest in saying what she said. I mean, I understand the way that the district's council has characterized it. It may not seem that way, but Ms. Barlow felt it was necessary to share that information with the student to prevent her from being bullied for the hairstyle that she had. And as Superintendent Robinson said, 100%, it is the job of the teachers to stop bullying. Ms. Barlow saw an opportunity that one of her students might be bullied, and she tried to help her. Obviously, because we are here, that didn't go over as well as she had hoped it would. But that's what she tried to do. And she did it in the least confrontational manner possible. She whispered it into the student's ears and warned her. And everyone else that was interviewed in this situation didn't hear the comment. The only person that spoke to in one of their statements about having heard it was a relative of the student and had spoken to that student outside of the class. Didn't hear it from Ms. Barlow's mouth. And you've also heard Ms. Barlow express that she had no malice in making this statement. You've seen that there is a differential treatment in the way that discipline is meted out by this district. Ms. Barlow makes a statement to a student that she admits probably shouldn't have made. And she's here tonight considered to be terminated, for your consideration to terminate her. You've heard about this individual and you've received complaints over many years, some of which has been presented to you here. And maybe there's some of that you weren't aware of already. Not saying that this person must be disciplined in the same way as Ms. Barlow, but to show you that the way Ms. Barlow is being treated is not the same as other individuals in this district are being treated. An instance of speaking to a student where your intent is pure, if misguided, is not something that requires a board to terminate. As Ms. Barlow testified, making mistakes is okay as long as you're trying. And the district has an opportunity to correct a mistake that it would be making by voting to terminate Ms. Barlow tonight. I would ask that you consider that Ms. Barlow could learn and grow and become a better teacher from this if you choose not to terminate her. And I would ask that you vote to keep Ms. Barlow as a teacher in this district.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. The transcript of this hearing will be ready in 10 days from the date of this hearing. The board will render its decision no later than 7 days after the transcript is furnished to them, and a written copy of that decision will be furnished to Mr. Klein within 3 days of the board reaching its decision. Mr. Klein, Mrs. Barlow should confirm an address for the board to send its decision to by certified mail.
Should can I give it to you after, or should I?
Here, you can give it to me.
Okay, all right, yeah. I'll just give you my office cards.
With that, I move that we go into executive session, closed session under Missouri Statute 610.021, Section 1, 3, and 13.
I have a motion by Mrs. Ice to move into executive session. Do I have a second? Mrs. Peck seconds. We will go by roll call, starting on the end. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. With that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming to see us.
Before we go off the record, I do need to get transcript orders. So for you, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Just regular.
Yeah. And
Now, it was noted 10 days, but it says on mine that it's due by the 21st. Is that what you're expecting?
I think that was
Within 10 calendar days. So
We will get this started again.